This is Tuesday, May 20th, meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect that all members are present with Supervisor Alejo joining us shortly. I'm going to call for additions and corrections to our closed session this morning by County Council.
No additions or corrections, Chair.
Seeing none, we have items A through D on our closed session this morning. I'm going to invite anybody in the public who wishes to make public comment to raise their hand via Zoom or come forward in room. I see nobody coming forward in room. We do have hands up via Zoom, so we'll take those in order.
Yes, Therma Runaway.
Thermal runaway. You need to unmute yourself. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I believe the County of Monterey and the Monterey Bay Air Resource District has been withholding or giving false information to the Board of Supervisors. I would like the County of Monterey to address the following inconsistencies. In an email exchange between Glenn Church and Rick Insernanio, Glenn asked Rick if the plume model created by the UCSC researcher had been taken in consideration in the soot plume model. Rick responded, if the information used here was the same used in the EOC during the fire, then we are familiar. EHB actions will not only be driven by high split, NOAA, and MBARD info, but also DTSC, OEHHA info, and other observations. A public request was filed for that data set, and the county reported no records were found. So the county either falsely claimed to have no records or misinformation was given to the Board of Supervisors. I would like the county to release all high-split data models that were used to assess the air quality during the modeling performed by Monterey Bay Air Resource District. The soot plume model provided is drastically different from the emergency operation plans. It should be clear to the Board of Supervisors and the public that what data was used. I would also like Richard Stedman with the Monterey Bay Air Resource District to address why the OEHH 1-hour exposure standard of 300 parts per billion was used instead of the minimal risk level for acute duration inhalation of 0.02 parts per million. You clearly identified 0.02 parts per million was the proper standard in your email January 17th. Why was the 1-hour exposure used when we were exposed for almost a week straight? I would really appreciate if Rick and Richard could address these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Runaway. Anybody else?
We have Tina Nieto with her hand up.
Sheriff Nieto on closed session.
I'm sorry, it was for general public, so I'm going to lower my hand. Thank you.
And that's it.
All right, seeing no other hands up at this time, we're going to go ahead and recess to closed session. We'll be reconvening here in chambers at 10:30 a.m. Thank you all. Church joining us shortly. At this point, I'm going to ask Diego Celis to make the introduction of the interpreter.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, eres intérprete español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Gracias.
Gracias, Diego. With that, I'm going to see if our County Counsel, Susan Blitch, doesn't mind leading us in the pledge this morning. All right, I know the list is extensive, so I'm going to send this over to the clerk for additions and corrections.
Yes, we have several. Under ceremonial resolutions, item number 6 and item number 12 will be removed at the request of the district. And there will be removal of item number 28, which is under our consent agenda for Health Department, as well as the removal of item number 46 under consent for Public Works, Facilities, and Parks at the request of both departments.
All right, with all those noted, we'll proceed to our ceremonial resolutions. Is there a member of the public who wishes to make a comment on our ceremonial resolutions at this time? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I've got a motion for approval from Alejo. Is there a second? Second from Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. I'm going to come down and present our first resolution to Dr. Marnie Sandoval, if she'll join me at the front of the room. Okay, this morning we're honoring Dr. Marnie Sandoval, recognizing her dedicated 24 years and 8 months to the Health Department's Behavioral Health Bureau here at the County of Monterey. In reading this, there's so much in this resolution that can be and should be called out. That's why it's in here. But there were a few in here that really, to me, hit home as I read through, and I want to read them to you. Dr. Marnie Sandoval spearheaded the development of the Child and Youth Mobile Response Team, a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week crisis intervention for youth experiencing an immediate crisis, where Dr. Marnie Sandoval's efforts were crucial in the construction of the Crisis Stabilization Unit and the Children's Crisis Residential Program for youth ages 6 to 18, expected to be operational this summer, and where Dr. Marnie Sandoval played a pivotal role in the construction of the Alisal Integrated Health Center, located at 331 South Sanborn Road in Salinas. The AIHC is the new home of the Mental Health Plan's Child and Youth Behavioral Health Services and a small satellite primary care health clinic. Whereas in her role as Deputy Director, she directed an extensive array of mental health and substance abuse programs. She's exhibited exemplary work ethic during her tenure with the County of Monterey. And it is with the deep appreciation and all the gratitude that I can muster that I say thank you, Dr. Sandoval, for what you've provided to our communities. Access to those who often don't feel seen or heard, those who suffer alone and are no longer feel that way, because you've created access in communities where often folks felt that the resources weren't at their fingertips. You've championed so many people, so many communities in your time here. I've seen it firsthand, and it happens quietly because it's not the kind of work we can shout about from the mountaintops due to stigma, but also due to confidentiality. So I want to thank you on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and all its residents that are hereby acknowledge you and express our sincere and deepest appreciation to you for your many years of dedicated public service to the County of Monterey. Thank you, Dr. Sandoval. We give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much. It's just truly an honor to be recognized and to see so many people here that really have been partners in the work. So keep it up. The people still need us. Thank you.
Present you that. All right, why don't we bring up Mario Salazar? Let's give him a round of applause. Great to see you. All right. Monterey County employees, we're honoring National Public Works Week, and that was last week, but this week we get to honor one of our champions, one of those who's been tip of the spear, giving not only of himself during his work hours, but also after as an ADA commissioner for over 6 years. Mario was here under the creation of the County Resource Management Agency during the transition into the Public Works Facilities Division's General Services Manager 3, the position he was responsible. Under that position, he was responsible for safe and efficient operation of occupied and non-occupied county facilities and grounds. Now, Mario managed the creation and implementation of Monterey County's Record Retention Center in 2002. Anybody ever go try to find a record out there? It is a challenge, but it is possible only because of the implementation that you brought together, Mario. And I can tell you, with all the things we deal with in this county, how often we're asked to find those records, we owe you a huge debt of gratitude. During his long years of service in collaboration with County Council and the Auditor Controller's Department, he issued a new County of Monterey purchasing manual in 2001, which still remains in effect. He also managed the implementation of the first comprehensive County of Monterey contracts database, which expedited information retrieval, and I think we're going to get a presentation on that next week. He served as the logistics chief of the County of Monterey Emergency Services Department for a term of 5 years and continued service during winter storm and wildfire events throughout his tenure with the County of Monterey. In his capacity as a contracts purchasing manager and public works facilities maintenance manager, he served all 26 of Monterey County departments in a diligent, professional manner in compliance with local, state, and federal codes and regulations. More so, Mario was the person we called when we needed history. Anytime I needed to know where something was deep, buried not just in those record retention, we knew we could reach out to Mario, and he always got it done for us. So it is with a deep sense of gratitude that we thank you for your 24 years of service to Monterey County's residents, Mario. And before I hand you the mic, I'm going to hand it over to Florence Cabuasa-Green.
Hello, thank you. Florence Cabuasa-Green. I'm Chief of Facilities for Public Works Facilities and Parks, and I just want to extend a simple thank you to you, Mario, for almost 25 years of dedicated public service. And just to put it into perspective, for over 25 years, or almost 25 years, Mario was in charge of 96 county facilities, equating to about 2 million square feet. So he was the prime person on call should anything be needed for the facilities, and he did it day in and day out for almost 25 years. And he also instilled in the group of all of the facility maintenance workers and supervisors a sense of responsibility and pride in the work that they do. And for that, we thank you, and it's a legacy that we're going to carry forward. Thank you so much, Mario.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board, CAO, and Mario especially, for your 24 years of continuous service, Mario. The chair and the resolution and your fellows have exemplified your duty to the county, and you're joined today by your team members in facilities maintenance, facilities project management, and facilities admin, testament to the all-encompassing cog in the system of which you have been, making sure that from a customer, be it one of our county constituents or one of our county employees, called in to actuation to get it implemented, or seeking other resources through project management to get a capital project underway. And all of that is a testament to you setting up our systems, you being a part of those systems, working so well with everyone. As said in the resolution, in your time here, you've seen a lot of change in the county, a lot of new faces come into the county, people come and go, and you've seen changes in the environment in the county, such as all the disasters that we've had. And whether or not it was in the middle of the night, and for example, a boiler room going down, you were available to address the boiler room leakage and get the right people involved to get excellent service back to our customers. So we thank you very much on this day, Mario. Thank you very much for all of your hard work for the county, and congratulations on your retirement. Best wishes in your next chapter.
Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez, Florence, and Director Ishii. Just a couple of things from me. I'm a little overwhelmed by all this, but I want to recognize some people in particular or groups of people. Starting off with the Board of Supervisors. Over the years, I've received a lot of support, guidance, and counsel from you, and I just want to tell you none of this would be possible without your help and support and counsel. Secondly, the executive team from Public Works, beginning with Director Ishii and Florence and Lindsay. Again, with your advice, counsel, and direction, I was able to produce some of these results. I want to recognize my wife, Janet, and my family for support and tolerance of the late night, early morning calls and sometimes long days. And I especially want to recognize the Public Works facilities crews. Literally without none of this would be possible. It's such an outstanding group of individuals, of men and women on the operations side, the project side, and the admin side. I want to express my heartfelt thank you to everybody in this room. Thank you.
On behalf of the CAO, she wants you to have that.
Thank you.
Appreciate the resolution. Grab a photo together. Come on, get your wife up here. Okay. All right, let's bring up the team for EMS Week. I know they're with us. Teresa, Burrow. There we go. All right, it's EMS Week here in Monterey County. We're officially recognizing May 18th through 24 as EMS Week with the theme of We Care for Everyone. And I think that is so symbolic of the folks who dedicate their lives to this line of work, especially here within Monterey County. There was a really great frame in here that I want to read out to you, which is the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. But where it's grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. What we found is the medical system in the United States is changing, and it's no different here in Monterey County. And our EMS professionals are that front line. They're the ones that answer the call when you call 911. They're the ones who show up first on the scene when you're having a crisis. And our expectations of them have gone so much higher than any of us ever anticipated. And for that reason, we're honoring this week as a way to lift up those people doing that important work and keeping our community safe, no matter whether you live rurally or in the heart of Salinas. Our EMS professionals serve us all, and they care for everyone. And for that reason, we're recognizing this week as EMS Week here in Monterey County with that theme of We Care for Everyone. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Teresa to start us off. Or do you? All right.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Thank you for recognizing the life-saving work that our EMS professionals do in our community. A successful EMS system requires a well-coordinated set of services that are provided by a myriad of organizations. We are proud and grateful of the strong commitment that our hospitals, fire agencies, law enforcement agencies, EMS staff, air and ground ambulance providers, and other agencies that I'm probably not naming, the strong commitment that they have to provide services in our community. It is that commitment that makes our EMS system successful. And thank you for recognizing that.
I'll just add that we have a table set up outside with information that staff will be available to provide to you all. We hopefully will also have some information at Cali Roots this weekend. So a big thanks to the team, and as Teresa said, all of the stakeholders that really make up our emergency medical system, and to the public for continuing to call 911 when you need that critical life-saving support. So thank you.
You guys want to share any words? No? All right. Then I'm going to hand you this resolution, officially presenting it, and then we'll ask Nick to center us.
All right. If I could invite our folks with National Foster Care Month to come up and join me. And I see a bunch of social workers up here in the front row. And I think you guys can all come up and join us. Yeah, we'd love to have you. We're here to honor you today. So we're celebrating May as National Foster Care Month in Monterey County and endorsing the official theme, engaging youth and building supports and strengthening opportunities. And I'm pleased to have our whole team of a whole bunch of us from Monterey County's Department of Family and Children's Services. We have officially with us Adriana Puga and Anna Serta from our social work supervisor staff, but we've got a whole staff from Monterey County Department of Family and Children's Services as well. So I will, who should I pass? I'll pass this over to you. And then I'm going to read off some of our resolution language. I think one of the most important responsibilities that we have as a board and as a county is ensuring the health and safety of the children who are under our care as in the foster care system. And so this is especially a significant responsibility that falls on us as a county and as a staff. And you guys really do have a really challenging and critically significant responsibility. So thank you for allowing us to honor you today. So whereas National Foster Care Month is observed each May to acknowledge the families, the volunteers, the mentors, and our child welfare professionals and our policymakers who support children and youth in foster care. And whereas as of 2024, over 391,000 children and youth are in foster care across the United States, including 140 children here in Monterey County who require safe, stable, and nurturing environments to thrive. In Monterey County, our theme this year is engaging youth, building supports and strengthening opportunities, which underscores the necessity of empowering our youth by involving them in decisions about their care and about their lives, providing them with robust support systems, creating opportunities that lead to successful transitions into adulthood. Whereas Monterey County's Family and Children's Services, in collaborating with local organizations and community members, is dedicated 24/7 to enhancing the well-being of children and youth in foster care by promoting permanency, stability, and the development of lifelong connections. Whereas our Monterey County Board of Supervisors is recognizing the invaluable contributions of resource families, of relative caregivers, of our social workers, and the advocates who work tirelessly to improve the lives of children and youth in the foster care system. And therefore, be it resolved that the County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all residents here in the county, we join with our social workers and the Monterey County's Family and Children's Services Bureau in recognizing May 2025 as National Foster Care Month. We encourage all of our residents to recognize and support the critical role that the foster care system plays in supporting efforts to improve outcomes for all children and youth who find themselves in the foster care system. And I just want to say, personally, we value, and I know we don't get to we don't get to talk about the work that you do because it is so confidential. But for those children who we do think of, I think of as our own, who you get to engage with, their families, to provide those supports. We look to you to make sure that we're uplifting and providing that care in all of the ways that you do. So I'm so glad that you're able to be here today, and thank you so much. And it looks like you've got some notes. Are you our speaker today? Okay, I'll pass the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ana Cerda. I am the placement supervisor with Monterey County Family and Children's Services. And here's Adriana. She's our RFA supervisor. We oversee our placement staff as well as, we collaborate with a lot of our foster parents. I just have a message to our foster parents as they are crucial in the work that we do. To all of our foster parents, we would like to thank all of the caregivers for the work that they do. Thank you for opening your homes to the most vulnerable children and for loving and for caring for them. You are constantly faced with challenges daily, yet they continue to care and protect them. Without you, we social workers could not do the work that we do. We greatly appreciate you and everything that you do for our children and for our community. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And we've got another.
I will be translating or saying a message in Spanish. Hoy queremos dar muchas gracias a los papás de crianza. Gracias por abrir las puertas de su casa, por querer y cuidar a nuestros niños. Se enfrentan todos los días a muchos retos y sin embargo los siguen cuidando como si fueran suyos. Sin su apoyo no podríamos hacer nuestro trabajo. Muchas gracias.
Fantastic. Thank you again so much.
All right. Well, congratulations to our foster care workers. We appreciate all you do. I want to thank Mario Salazar. Thank you for your lifetime of dedicated service to Monterey County. And to Dr. Sandoval, really want to say thank you for doing so much great work here in Monterey County. Our loss is another county's gain, unfortunately. But I want to thank you. For the people who don't know, the team has done a great thing. We built up, our county built a new behavioral integrated health clinic in East Salinas. And there was an evening where Dr. Sandoval came to speak to some of my East Salinas constituents. And you did it with such grace and professionalism. I really showed who you are as a person when there's no cameras, when there's no official government meeting, and you're just talking to our everyday working residents. You were there, and you were a class act. So I want to say thank you for all you did in our county. And I know your team is here to support you because they know the great work you did in each and every day for the people of Monterey County. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor, this is the last resolution here for the day, but it is my honor to recognize and celebrate API American History Month. And our Board of Supervisors takes great pride in being able to honor the diverse, hardworking, and resilient people of Monterey County. So this month, and every year, we recognize a different organization who are leaders in the API American community. And so this year, we are honoring the Korean American Community Organization of Monterey County. So I want to call up Mrs. Moon Yi, a longtime respected Korean American community leader of Salinas, and a business owner. Come on up, Moon Yi. And also James Kim, the Vice President of the Korean American Community Organization. Please join us. So this resolution reads in part, it said, and so people know how API American History Month started. It said, the month of May was chosen as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese who arrived in the United States on May 7th, 1843. Asian American and Pacific Islanders have made indelible contributions to the history of California and the United States that include but are not limited to building the Transcontinental Railroad, serving honorably in the armed forces, fighting for the United States in foreign wars, co-organizing the Delano Grape Strike, and advocating for civil rights. Asian American and Pacific Islanders have endured hardships, including unjust working conditions, prejudice, discrimination, and some of the darkest chapters in our state's and nation's histories, including the Chinese Exclusion Act, naturalized citizenship ineligibility, the alien land law, anti-miscegenation laws, and the Japanese American internment. Asian American and Pacific Islanders continue to cultivate, advance, and lead in the fields of art, fashion, business, technology, education, science, government, law, humanities, medicine, sports, and entertainment, just to name a few. Today in California, 6,300,000 Asian and Pacific Islanders Americans call it their home, and API. And the API community is one of the fastest growing ethnic populations in our state and in our nation. So celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month provides Californians with an opportunity to recognize the achievements, contributions, and history of Asian and Pacific Islander Americans. In 1974, the Korean American Community Organization of Monterey County was established to protect and promote the rights, traditions, and culture of local Korean American community. The Korean American Community Organization of Monterey County has over 150 active members, and it continues to work tirelessly to increase its presence to strengthen Korean Americans in Monterey County. So therefore be resolved that the Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, declare every May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Monterey County, and honors and commends the Korean American Community Organization of Monterey County, which provides our residents with an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the achievements, contributions, cultures, and rich history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in our county and beyond. And with that, we want to present you both with this resolution. If we could give them a big round of applause, everybody. And we'll make sure we get you one as well. Thank you. And we'd love to hear some words from you as well, Muni. Thank you very much. I could hold that for you.
Thank you for Mr. Luis Ale. I was very surprised, they say, oh, you're going to come in here like the Korean community. I said, what's happening? I didn't know that anything's like that. I asked Javier, what is the meeting and anything? Me and Mr. Luis Ale, a long-time friend, but I don't have too much like involved together because of, but we are good friends, but I do so many things like a community work in here, this place, but I'm going to be more continue working here because I'm the Korean Community Association president 5.5 years. But I have more things like that. We have a lot of community like that. This is a public school. We have a Korean class. Then we have 5, 6 school before, but we have a pandemic. Then stopped this, maybe a couple elementary school. Now we have a Korean, Korean class like that. But I'm going to be really like that, I have to even retire. I have to be working more community. Then now we have like a new things coming like that. We have like a Central Park. We have a Korean monument. We're starting again. Mayor Daniel, Tony Barrera, Sophia Rome. Everybody we get together. Next month so we have a more meeting. We have Korean, national monument. They come in like they pretty soon. That's why we have to be continue working. Thank you, Mr. Luis. Right. Okay.
Yes, thank you as well. Pass that to you. We'd love to hear from you. You good? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, can we take a picture? Can we ask the supervisors to join us for a picture for API American History Month?
right, as everybody filters out, we're going to continue the county's business here. So if folks could take conversations to the hallway, that would be great. Thank you so much. With that, we're going to look at our appointments. We have one listed this week. Is there any public comment on our appointments? Seeing nobody in the room, we'll go to Zoom. Seeing no hands up via Zoom, we'll bring it back. Is there a motion? We got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. With that, we're going to recess and convene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Calling the roll here, let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. With that, we have one item on consent for this calendar. Is there any member of the public who wishes to remove our item from consent this morning? I see nobody coming forward in room. No hands going up via Zoom. And with that, I'll bring it back to the board. Got a motion on consent from Alejo, second from Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. With that, we've concluded the business under this agenda, and so we will adjourn and reconvene the Board of Supervisors agenda with the record reflecting that all members are present. We're going to go to our consent calendar, which consists of items 25 through 51, excluding item number 28, which was removed via additions and corrections. Is there a member of this body who wishes to remove an item from consent for comment or alternative action? Supervisor Askew.
Just a comment on item 29.
Okay, 29. Any others?
36.
36.
Comment.
For comment. Okay. Anybody else? Not seeing any else on the dais. We'll go to the public, see if there's any members of the public who wish to remove an item from consent for comment. Ask folks to use the raise hand function. See nobody raising their hand or coming forward. I'll bring it back to the board. We'll start with item 29. Supervisor Askew.
Sure, thank you. And I am passing down just a staff report from the Alliance for Health. Item number 29 is a Central California Alliance for Health behavioral health provider agreement so that the Monterey County Behavioral Health can contract with behavioral health service to provide behavioral health services for the Central California Alliance for Health. And I just want to say a significant initiative for the Alliance for Health, and I'm commenting as a board member for the Alliance for Health, is the Alliance team has been diligently working to bring the behavioral health benefit in-house to the Alliance, and that will happen effective July 1st, 2025. This bringing the behavioral health benefit in-house, the hope is that we'll be able to expand and increase access to behavioral health services for all of our Central California Alliance for Health members, which is about half of our residents here in Monterey County. And I'm really pleased that behavioral health continues to be a critical partner in that. And so I've shared with the board just some more details about all of the work that goes into that process and the most recent member newsletter for the Alliance for Health. Many of our constituents are members of the Alliance, and we have a number of resources available. So for anyone who, Monterey County continues to be one of our lower utilizers of behavioral health services, and we do know that members benefit when they utilize behavioral health resources that are available and free as a benefit under the Alliance membership. So we're looking forward to boosting access, making sure that we have culturally appropriate access, language access, geographical access increased. So just wanted to share a little bit of information and context around that item, but thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. We'll go to Supervisor Church for item 36.
Yes, thank you. This is one for, it's a 4-year plan by the Area Agency on Aging, and it's a fairly detailed plan that goes through here. I'm just expressing, I think it would have rather have seen a presentation to the board, perhaps on this, because of the importance and the detail that goes into there than in the consent calendar. We'll support to approve it, of course, through here, but we have an aging population, and this is an important item to have had perhaps maybe more of a public discussion on. And I came in a couple minutes late into the chambers, but I just want to confirm 46 was pulled. Is that correct? That was, okay. I'll save my comments on that for my board comments since it's not on the agenda.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Then with that, is there a motion to approve consent?
Second.
I'll take the motion from Alejo, the second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. With that, one note here is that we will be adjourning in memory of Supervisor Federal Glover today as well from Contra Costa County. I did miss that during our additions and corrections, so just wanted to state that. And proceeding here now, we have general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda, but within purview of this body. We invite folks to use the raise hand function or *9 via landline to be recognized. We'll begin with folks in the room. Is there anybody in the room who wishes to make public comment at this time? See nobody coming forward in the room, we'll go to Zoom, allowing 2 minutes per speaker.
Yes, phone number ending in 902.
902. Go ahead and give you the floor.
Good morning. This is Nina Beatty. A Fort-Ord burn is planned by the Army for the fall. The smoke will contain dangerous toxins that will sicken people wherever it goes and falls out. The cinders and embers are also a fire and injury risk. MilitaryPoisons.org posted an article on the burn this week. Please petition the EPA to stop these burns. Fort-Ord is a National Priorities List Superfund area. The EPA has deemed it the worst of the worst, and it may exceed the contamination and harm caused by the notorious Camp Lejeune. It's gaining nationwide notoriety. The Associated Press and New York Times reported recently, as has MilitaryPoisons.org and other fact-based websites. Despite the known toxins and Superfund status, Monterey County and its health department have looked the other way. That includes these toxic burns. The county's failure to act threatens the future and viability of the county. These burns must stop. Petition the EPA to stop these reckless burns permanently, and if they won't respond, please file suit against them. Secondly, the Pentagon plans joint force war games here in Monterey Bay and offshore of all coastal counties from Mendocino to San Diego called the Hawaii-California Training and Testing, HCTT. Navy exercises haven't happened here since World War II. In June, the Coastal Commission decides if HCTT should get a consistency determination. The Navy says it will be air, surface, and underwater warfare and include widespread operation of manned and unmanned surface and submarine vessels and aircraft, the use of active sonar, explosives, and other munitions, high-energy lasers, EMF weapons, air guns, installing training structures and underwater equipment on the seafloor. They will also bring substantial pollution and noise. Lethal high-decibel active sonar alone will maim and kill sea life from plankton and krill to fish, sea turtles, dolphins, and whales. For information, search HCTT EIS NEPA for the NEPA website and documents.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. We're at time. Thank you so
work.
much. Next speaker, please.
Yes, Jack Murphy.
Jack, the floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board, CAO De La Rosa. It is good to see everyone. I'm Jack Murphy, resident of Monterey, and I'm also the county's Veteran Services Officer. I didn't know it was EMS week, but I'd like to personally thank every first responder and medical provider out there for their professionalism and commitment to saving lives. I have two comments to make. First, I'd like to thank the county team for their tremendous support given to me and my family during my own recent medical event and subsequent hospitalization, from Supervisor Alejo's thoughtful notes to the incredible personal involvement by Supervisor Rudascu, the CAO and the department heads who provided heartfelt words of support and encouragement. I really appreciate that. I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight our own DSS executive team, not only for the support of me, but also during my absence, the support of our office so that we can continue our mission of serving Monterey County's veterans and their families. My second comment is more of an ask to my fellow department heads and our safety personnel across the county. Many of our offices have these little red pouches labeled AEDs stuck on a wall somewhere. Probably like me, I think a lot of us just think it's an OSHA requirement and generally ignore it. Well, I'm here to tell you from deep personal experience, recent experience, external defibrillator can save a life, and perhaps it could be your own. If you don't have an AED in your building or facility, please ask our medical partners such as Montage, Tyler Health. They'll help get you one at little or no cost. If you do have an AED, have your staff review the online training. It's very, very basic on how to use it appropriately. And if you have a large facility, consider getting more than one AED. They're simple to use and they can make a tremendous outcome to the difference. of a sudden cardiac arrest issue. I'm just starting out my own journey. I know I'm out of time here, but I greatly look forward to getting back to work and continuing to serve the residents of Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. It's great to hear your voice.
Thank you.
Michelle Clary.
Yeah, good morning. I was looking at your Ready Monterey site. I'm a little concerned that the health survey was taken and closed on March 16th, and still you have no results posted there. It does not take 2 months to consolidate results. It makes me feel like, that things are being hidden here. What's so hard to publish that to us that have been waiting to see all the people that have been affected by these fires? Please make sure whoever's on that, taking care of that responsibility, put a little fire maybe under their butt, because I don't know who gets 2 months to do a job for something that's already been collected. I'm hoping maybe you guys will be able to comment on that, because there's a lot of things that I hear that the board cannot do, but there's some things that the board can do. See a lot of congratulating and backslapping and things like that. But, the community is sitting here waiting, trying to figure out what's going on with these soil and air and all these different samples. And again, there's still much to be needed from that site that still isn't. I don't think it's there and it's really efficient and effective. And please just do better on that. Thank you.
Next.
Tina Nieto.
Sheriff.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning on board. I'm just calling in real quick to congratulate Supervisor Lopez on his appointment to the Coastal Commission. All of us at the Monterey County Sheriff's Office are very proud of that appointment, Chris, just to let you know. Kudos to you. We think it was a great choice from our county. And then finally, I just want to remind the public who's watching, we are in budget season and we're all fighting for our budgets. And for the Sheriff's Office, obviously, we don't want to reduce services, so we look forward to when we come back and talk about the budget again. But really, Chris, congratulations. Also to the EMS week, I do want to thank all first responders. And I won't, because we save lives, and that's why the Sheriff's Office also doesn't want to have to cut services, because we know that we save lives. We hear the stories day after day. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. All right. That was the end of our public comments. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed with our agenda. Our first scheduled matter this morning is our annual spend report for 24-25. I believe we have Deborah Wilson, Jaime Ayala, and other team members here with us as well. So we welcome you guys forward.
Good morning. Chair Lopez, Board of Supervisors, the CAO, and also County Council. I'm Deborah Wilson, and I am the Contracts and Purchasing Officer for the County of Monterey. And I'm glad that we're presenting just 1 year this time. And the year of fiscal year 2024 and a partial of 2025. And I'm getting ready to get started, and my team's going to pull everything up for you so that it's not me that I'm looking at. And also, just as they're pulling that up, I just want to say that I thank my team. They're all here except for the individual that manages our warehouse. And we could not provide this report and all of the things that go into it without the team. I couldn't do it by myself. So I'm grateful, and also for the support of the CAO and County Council. So this morning, we're going to again review the annual spend report for fiscal year, primarily fiscal year 2024. And go ahead and advance me a little. I'm sorry, I want to give you an opportunity. All right. I know that's a little small on the slide, but what we're going to do, our objective today is going to be to talk about the spend report for goods and services across the fiscal year of 2024, again, and a little bit of 2025. We're going to talk about the county procurement card expenditures, the contract engagement strategy, our community and outside organizational engagement, the countywide service agreements, the cooperative agreements, our surplus savings report, the California Public Records Act request, coming out of our office or that we're managing or that we're responding to, the Contracts and Purchasing Academy, the professional procurement memberships that we belong to, the recent accomplishments, and then future reports and spin reports that we hope to have coming out of their new Oracle product for ERP. So the spin report, goods and services for fiscal year, I just want to, for all of us to know, the fiscal year was July 1, 2023 through June 30th of 2024, and then partial will be July 1 of 2024 through December 31st of 2024. Our business types continue to be the same. I think we've added one, which would be the small business. And so we have business types that that vendors register that we acknowledge, and depending on how they have chosen their type during the registration process, and that is the disabled veteran business, the certified green, the local business, the minority business enterprise, nonprofits, that's another one that we've added, small business, and then women-owned business enterprises. So within that category, vendors, we had this conversation last year when we came before you. We want to make it very clear this time that businesses can choose more than one category. So that when we report, it's not going to be just one category. They can choose multiple. So for 2024, we have 71 that registered as green, 6 is disabled, 288 is local businesses, 74 is minority, nonprofit organizations 32, small businesses is 300, and the women-owned enterprises is 58. I want to say that again, they can choose multiple. And the also thing I want to say is that I'm really grateful for the Oracle product that we're putting together, because it's going to be a real-time report, and it's going to require individuals that register to acknowledge this area. Currently, in our current system and Advantage, they don't have to acknowledge that area. And if Contracts and Purchasing is setting the vendor up, we're missing that component. So I just want to say that the only way we can capture that information is if the vendor is actually registering themselves and managing their profiles. So next, the procurement of goods and services. The total procurement of goods and services for 2024 is $495.9 million. Total of that dollar spent within California was $350.9 million, which is 70% of the total. And total procurement within just Monterey County was $146.4 million. And total procurement by business type we just saw was 36.2. I want to say that we took out the duplicates. So that is in all of those specialty types, it was $36.2 million. And go back 1 minute, I just want to make sure that I'm very clear that that does not reflect the spending on the procurement card. You can stay right there. Just want to make sure that that's clear. So in our last conversation last year, I think it was Supervisor asked that we would provide a slide that showed spending by zip code. So that's what this is. And so in Salinas alone, we spent $77.9 million in 2024. And Monterey, those are the bigger areas, $48.5 million. But those are depicted by zip code for 2024. And this is just another way of looking at this, saying that our total spend, and out of our total spend, $146.4 million was spent in Monterey County. Okay. Did I miss something? Okay. Okay. So the partial, where are you going? No, back, thank you. Okay, so I'm glad we're family here. So the partial for 2025 procurement goods and services is from July 1 again to December. And so it's $188.6 million. Total in California is $124.8. And the total spent in Monterey County is $56.5. And again, in those business types that we talked about so far has been $33.3 million. Again, with the exception of P-card expenditures. And this is another way of looking at it again by zip code, so that you can see that. And then, what is, all right. I know we're close to lunchtime, but all right. So for partial of 2025, $56.5 million has been spent in Monterey County. Okay, thank you. Now, for the county procurement card expenditures, the county procurement card program is managed by Susanna Macias in my office, and we also have a very robust NeoGov training that was produced by Charlie Ramirez in my office, and the CAO has given us a good guideline, which is saying that anyone that is going to have a procurement card has to go through this training. And then the other caveat is that if you're going to have a renewal credit card, procurement card, she is required that you go back through the training, which has been very beneficial to our process and to compliance. So we currently have 529 open cards, and for fiscal year 24-25, our total spend was $10.3 million. And I'll cover just 2024 first. So the P card for just airline spending for 2024 was $200,151. And for hotel spent, it was $743,921, as you can see. And then for rental cars, it was $17,995. And during the year of 2024, our rebate then was $137,145K. Partial for 2025, July through December, we've spent $4.4 million. And as you can see outlined there, the airline is $96,364, the hotel spending is $406, and then the car rental is $17,000. It's still, and that's only a partial year, so it looks like we're going to be spending quite a bit this year. Contract engagement strategy. Our advertisement continues to be the Monterey County Weekly, and as you can tell, there's been a slight increase. Our average cost was about $125 per week, long notice, in fiscal year 23, and now it's increased to $143. And when we do these advertisements, they release every Thursday, and again, they're only for a week. At the advisement of Supervisor Church, we were able to now advertise in the King City Wrestler and Salinas Valley Tribune, which actually is only $325 per legal notice. And I say only because that actually stays on the website for a month, which is better. Which is better for our money, which is better visibility. And it also is on their website. So it's also on social media. And so we have that visibility as well. And if we go back just 1 minute, we also have countywide service agreements, and those are managed by Angelica Reyes in my office, and also cooperative agreements and solicitations. We have a new upgrade to our website. Can we click on that link and will it pull up so people can see it? It's a wonderful, I don't know if it's going to allow you to see it, but it's a new solicitation center that sits on our website. And it was created by our IT department, and they've done a fantastic job, if you can see that. So when you pull up our site, you can actually see what solicitations are out there, and you're able to, respond electronically. And if your department or division has a logo, then that will also be on the face of the solicitation. So this is new, and we're grateful for IT for that. In our next slide, community and outside organization engagement. We have an annual vendor expo, and we've been able to do that now that COVID-19 is over, or has allowed us to do that at this point. And so every September we're able to do that. Again, that's managed by Susanna Macias, and it's a collaborative effort in my office. And in 2024, if you see Supervisor Church, he came through, and we hosted 25 vendors. We had approximately 150 attendees. I think that was the largest attendance that we've had so far. And our upcoming expo is going to be this year, tentatively September the 26th of 2025. So more in our strategy is our community outside engagement with outside organizations. And this year we were able to attend the APEX, the accelerations formerly known as the Procurement Technical Assistance Center, to provide technical assistance to businesses interested in selling products or services to federal, state, and local governments. And my staff was able to attend that. And out of that engagement, we were able to add 2 more vendors to our CSAs for electrician services. And that's really important because for many years, we've only had 1 vendor that provided electrician services. And so we're able, now we added 2 services there, 2 vendors there, and security services. You know, we always need security services, and we were able to add a new vendor there and multiple other new vendor registrations following the event. We've also added back into the countywide service agreement process copier services, and we haven't done that in a long time as well, so we were able to do that through this engagement. We also attended the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce Business Expo back in October of 2024, and we shared and partnered with the Workforce Development Board, and we shared a table there. So that was a good engagement. And we have coming the Procurement Central Newsletter that's going to be coming soon. All right, so here, the countywide service agreements. All on the left-hand side are the current services and current agreements that we have in place. And again, that's managed primarily by Angelica in my office. And that's over 80 contracts that are managed. And with a dollar amount of $44.9 million, and that's unencumbered. That means that's allotted. We haven't spent it. That's the number that we've allotted, that the board has approved for services. And total of local vendors that are providing are over 51%. So that's a really good number for our countywide service agreements. And the amount that we've actually expended in 2024 was $29.8 million. And to date, we've made some transitions, and so our current agreements are 73, and that's going to increase by the end of 2025 because we've added services and added vendors, and we're still at over 50% local vendors. And cumulative contract amount of unencumbered funds is $36.7 million, and we've expended so far $23.8 million, which lets you know we're going to spend more this year than we did last year. Our cooperatives are the same. We have the same cooperative agreements, and the advantage of using them, of course, is that cooperatives bid out from a larger metropolitan jurisdiction to obtain competitive pricing. And they work really well especially for Public Works, Facility and Parks, of course, ITD, the Department of Emergency Management, the Sheriff's Office, Fleet, and Water Resources. And they're used by all of the departments countywide for services such as office supplies, document shredding, and things of that nature, sandbags, meals on the Meals Ready program to eat, and also especially during declared emergencies. So I'm going to let Jaime talk about the surplus savings report because Jaime manages that in our office, and we do such a wonderful job of doing that, and so I want him to speak a little bit about that.
Thanks, Deborah. Thank you, board. Thank you guys for receiving this report again. And congratulations again on Supervisor Lopez. So for 2024, we had a cost savings of $59,500, and we had an average customer base of 74. Now, 74 customers, that means that 74 individual departments came through, and it was that $59,000 is a savings that the county achieves by utilizing this program. For 2025, we are at 26.4, and with 45 clients coming through so far again. And if you see there's a little footnote for 2025. That's when San Bernardino County had that huge fire. They came through and picked up a lot of stuff from us, and that was about $25,000 that we were able to help them out with that. Do you want me to continue there? Mm-hmm. So on the Public Records Act, I'm primarily doing those, but I get assistance from Susana Macias and Jessica Amezcua, who's sitting here next to me. On an average, we used to get about 1 or 3 per year. Right now, we're at 500. Last I looked this morning. So it's an increased amount of public records requests that we are getting. So fiscal year of 2024, we had an average of 73 public records requests. 83? I'm sorry, that wasn't 83, so that's a typo right there. But 83 public records requests, and we're utilizing Next Request, which has made it a lot easier for us to respond to those people making this request, and they can get them instantaneously. Sometimes it takes a little longer as we get stuff up together and gather it and get it to them, but primarily we can get that to them within 10 days. For fiscal year 2025, our public records requests right now stands at 44, and that's just for our department. We do assist other departments with items. Those are not reflected in this report here.
Thank you, Jaime. And I just want to touch on the Contracts and Purchasing Academy that we're really proud of. We are now ending up cohort 9. And some of the additives I wanted to, and I don't know if she's still here, Elsa, the health department Elsa was one of the first individuals that came through the very first academy that we had, Elsa Jimenez. And in our efforts at continuing education, her department comprises of 80% of the people that we certify in a year. So I just wanted to bring that up and acknowledge that. We have, in 2024, had a total of 87 graduates that came through the academy, and there's a diverse level of county graduates from different departments. And in 2025, again, we've had 28 so far, and this week we end up cohort 9. And I wanted to also add that it's difficult for one person to take 6 weeks and do all of this training. So I'm really grateful for County Council because she has allowed Shane Strong, who is our Deputy County Council. He is, you see him there, he is an instructor. He actually is a sub for me if I'm not able to be there. So I'm really grateful for that. And also the risk manager. They both come in and have a segment of the Contracts and Purchasing Academy. So I want to thank you again for that. That's a good partnership. Professional procurement memberships. The Contracts and Purchasing, as an active member, continue to be an active member of the California Association of Public Officials, this CAPO, and the National Procurement Institute, the National Institute of Government Purchasing. We have traveled. We've presented our academy in New Orleans. We've presented our academy across different states. And we are also going to present our academy, and I'll talk about this a little bit, in an upcoming meeting. We're going to be hosting the Monterey Bay chapter of CAPO here for the first time in Monterey County, and we're going to be giving them a highlight of our academy there. We also are part of the National Association of State Procurement Officials, NASPO. Jaime and I attended that this year, and it was all expenses paid. It was, I think, in Vegas. And it was very beneficial, but the fact that we keep these memberships, we were allowed to go with them paying all of the expense. And again, the Monterey Bay chapter is going to be hosted here at our Schilling Place, and it's going to be on May 29th. We have 50 seats available, so if anyone is interested in attending, please just contact Contracts and Purchasing. The seats are filling up very fast, and it's the Tri-County, so we have folks here that'll be here from Santa Cruz, San Benito. Am I missing one? Who is it? That's it. All right. I always get that mixed up. So they will all be here, and so we're excited. And I also am excited to say that we are active participant, not necessarily something I wanted to participate in, but I am the interim vice chair for the Monterey Bay chapter. And then we also have Arthur Curtright, which is wonderful. He works in the sheriff's office. He's the contract manager there, and he is the treasurer for the Monterey Bay chapter. And, of course, you know about the recent accomplishments, the Schilling's Cafe, the grand opening in February, and I'm so grateful for the Board of Supervisors for all of your support. We see that's Supervisor Askew cutting the ribbon, and the CAO and everyone that participated. That was a great event. And if you haven't come by, please come by. They have great pozole. The procurement manual has been updated, and I'm grateful. You know, when Mario Salazar retired, he hired me in contracts purchasing. And so we developed the first contract manual way back when. And so this contract manual was outdated from 2008, and now it is updated, and it's approved by the board. And Jessica Mesqua was an integral part of making sure that happened, along with Shane. So we're really excited about that. And again, surplus sale. And I think this was the biggest surplus sale that we had. And I think was it one vendor that bought all of that, Jaime?
Yeah, well, one vendor bought the majority of it.
Yeah,
he definitely.
5,000, yeah. That was one of the biggest sales that we had.
Just real quickly, the next surplus sale is going to be July 18th, I believe. That's a Friday. We were going to try to shoot for June, but because of Juneteenth, we're going to be moving it to July 18th.
Okay. Thank you. One last thing, I'm excited. We're of course, you know that we are moving into an implementation of the new ERP system with Oracle. And so we're hoping for some better reporting that will be coming to you and coming your way, more contract management transparency. They are currently working on a modular solution for us so that we can manage contracts in a better way to meet objectives of the organization. Our contract spend reports are going to be a lot more transparent, and they're actually going to integrate with our procurement card spending in our procurement card process. So we're looking forward to that. And I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Deborah and team. I just want to say thank you. I know this particular report has been one that I've asked for year after year, and I do appreciate it. One thing that I think I asked for last year that maybe we could bring next year is just sort of a bar graph that shows sort of how much of the spend as a percentage has been in Monterey County, right? So that we see the year-over-year trend.
Over a few years?
Yeah, over like
Okay.
5, 10 years, whatever the longest run we can put together, that'd be great. But in appreciation, I'll share a story for me. Growing up in a small family business, we were once expected to deliver a tax check to City Hall, and we ran that check down, and I was told, because I was personally handed that check, we've been waiting for this, thank you so much. We're excited, we're gonna buy some vehicles. And if you know my family's history, we owned a car dealership. So I got excited, went back and told my dad, hey, good news, it's gonna come back, we're gonna buy some cars. They're gonna buy some cars, it's gonna be a good deal. And he said, all right. Waited a couple weeks, and I asked him, I said, hey, did you ever hear back? He said, never heard anything. And I had to go run the next check down and look in the parking lot, and there were 5 new cars from Roseville Ford. I'll never forget those license plate frames. It hurt, right? They took our local dollars and went out of town and purchased something out of town without even giving us a chance to bid on them. And so that's why this particular report is so important to me and why I kind of hound folks until we get it. And so I appreciate you guys continuing to put this light on how we spend our dollars here and that focus on achieving as much as possible within county and within state. I think it matters to so many of our residents that we're wise about how we spend our dollars and support local community businesses. So just a deep appreciation for the work that you are doing. Thank you, Deborah. Any additional comments? I'll go to Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, and to sort of put a finer tune on that point, right? So we have, I appreciate this report as well, and we always pay close attention to sort of where the businesses are located even more. And so the zip code breakdown allows me to go back into the communities. But so often we're talking to local businesses who are saying, well, I don't know how to get, how do I engage with local government? And so I see that we've got the Business Council presenting later today, and the Apex program, or Apex procurement, and I'm going to say it all wrong, but the Business Council for free offers to support and work with local businesses to help them understand and gain the technical skills that they need to learn how to do business with the county or other government institutions. And so when you put those two pieces together, you've got the county with resources to spend, and then we also have the technical capacity building piece to tie those together. And I was pleased to see that you were able to now partner, and it's just a handful of connections that were made there. But I know that there's more opportunities with local businesses who are interested in building those relationships. So I'm looking forward to watch that slide grow over time and see how we can continue to build out that technical capacity, whether it's for local businesses who are interested in contracting or have the skill sets that they need to contract with the county, but bringing those tax dollars back into our communities, it really does make a difference. And to not draw a finer point, but I did run the zip codes, and District 4, where we're pulling in like about a third of this spend here. So I'm gonna keep my little graph chart tracking those dollars, and I don't know, maybe we can start a challenge or something. But yeah, thank you for the information, thank you for the presentation, and it is great to see the detail of how and where our contracts are pushing their way back out. So thanks.
You're welcome.
Anybody else from the dais before we go to the public? Supervisor Church.
Hi, I just want to thank you for taking up on the suggestion I had last year of trying to spread this out. I mean, the more where we can get public notices out, the more people submit for competitive bids, and the cheaper it'll be, and the better the taxpayer dollars are spent. So appreciate that very much. Also, just wanted to get a little clarification. When we say local vendor, are we talking about Monterey County vendor or maybe Tri-County area? What is local?
Local vendor is the Tri-County.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, we'll take this out to the public, see if we have any public input. Mr. Farmer, come on forward.
I just want to offer my thank you to you for a wonderful presentation, and thank you to the supervisors for recognizing the importance of this. In the past, we have tried to get reports like that, and it was pulling teeth. You know, we'd always hear about the systems and whatnot, so we certainly appreciate your partnership with the Business Council and Apex. And Wendy, I'd love to host your offer for a competition, but we support the county in driving those numbers up, and thank you for recognizing the importance of keeping your dollars local. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Anybody else in the room? All right, not seeing any hands up via Zoom, so we'll bring it back. Final thoughts from the dais? All right, with that, we'll proceed. Thank you so much for the report. Look forward to seeing you next year. All right, next item, I'm going to turn it over to Richard Vaughn, who's going to make some introductions to a couple of our DSAs for presentations.
Thank you, Chair Lopez, Board of Supervisors, CEO De La Rosa. Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager for Monterey County, and today we have a couple of presentations for you from our the remaining two of the 4 development set-aside agencies. The 2 that we'll be presenting to you on their current fiscal year updates will be the C Monterey and Monterey County Business Council. And if we can get this, okay, perfect. And first up, we have Rob O'Keefe, with the President and CEO of C Monterey, for a presentation for you all.
Thank you, Richard. Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity. Chair, CAO, always appreciate the time to get in front of you and give you an update on what's going on. I got a PowerPoint coming up here in just a second. But I will start while he's pulling that up. I always like to start with the end in mind. And so there's some new news that came in recently that was not incorporated into the presentation because the presentation, we had to get the presentation in before the news came out. But every year we get a report from a company called Dean Runyon. Dean Runyon does a report for every county in the state on the tourism impacts for each county and breaks it down to a number of different ways. And that's sort of the general way we say how big is the tourism economy. It talks about employment, tax receipts, breaks down the spending, accommodations versus food and beverage, et cetera, et cetera. So the report just came out. We just put it out last week in a press release. And the good news is, well, I'll start with the bad news. The bad news is we're not quite back yet. Right? When people ask back where we were in 2019, we were at $3.2 billion as an industry, and we came in at $3.1 billion as an industry. So we just missed it by that much. However, some great news within that report. The spending for accommodations, hotel spending, was the highest ever. It eclipsed $1 billion. That means people are coming here. They're staying overnight, one more night, preferably. Also, employment is back. It's never been higher. It's almost 28,000 hospitality workers in the county. And this year's number surpasses anything in the past, and something I think that's near and dear to all your hearts and mine as well. Tax receipts, higher than it's ever been, $310 million. The bulk of that staying here in the county and a little bit going off to Sacramento. So I guess what I'm going to show you today is how do we do that? How do we get there? And we're going to give you a report on the now and a little bit about what's coming up next. Starting off with, again, our vision and our mission. And again, it boils down to this. Tourism, the tourism economy is about economic vitality and quality of life. Tourists are not the most important part of the tourism economy. They're, of course, very important because they pay the bills. But it's really about our residents in our communities. And as I told you with the report that just came out, we're really heading with some robust energy in the right direction. So next slide, please. Every year you get a couple of these. This report is actually from July of the beginning of the fiscal year through March. So we were doing a couple of these a year, and I think we're down to one a year now. And what this summarizes is a breakdown. Your investment, this is specific to just the county's investment. Of course, we work with 9 other cities, 9 other jurisdictions. This is specific to what you get. This is your investment report. And I'll just go through it very briefly. Upper left-hand corner, unincorporated county business development. That's sales. That's meetings and conferences. And we have a team. We have an individual in sales team in Chicago, in Dallas, in LA, and our team here. And they're focused on bringing meetings and events. And the people who travel for meetings and events are very, very valuable, about 158% the value of a leisure visitor. And in that time frame, we generated 240 leads with a potential of almost 40,000 room nights. We booked 18 of those leads, generating 3,020 room nights. And that's huge because, again, the value of that is the person they're spending, the AV, the banquet sales, all those things that go into it. So just in that, the economic impact for our sales program was over $2 million. Moving over to the right, no, actually, if you could go back to that one more time. Sorry, Richard. There we are. The unincorporated business, this is going to lower left. We brought in 37 new members. I have Alyssa Rendon with us today. She's our Community Relations Director, and she, with the rest of our team, worked very hard to bring in new businesses. Most of these are small owner-operated business. They don't have sales. They don't have marketing. A lot of times they don't even have Facebook. And we work with them to develop those capabilities. We now have 260 businesses in the unincorporated county. It's growing very quickly, and we've promoted over 106 events within the county. So because of your investment, the businesses within the unincorporated county have free membership. We used to charge $500 per membership. We got rid of that. With COVID, we sort of wiped the slate, and we said, let's do it over, and certain things let's do a lot better. So those businesses we work very hard to develop. We do education programs for them to help them understand how they can tap into our programs and do their own marketing in a much bigger way. Upper right-hand corner, just very briefly, partner site conversions. 8.9 thousand. That's someone coming from our website to one of those businesses' website. I don't spend a lot of time worrying about how long they stay on our site. We're just a conduit to get them to the front door of these businesses that want that business. And then you can see some other points there. Our PR ad equivalency was over $1.3 million, and there's other data up there that's very important, but in the interest of time, the bottom line is the investment's going, the investment that you're making pooled with the investment that the other jurisdictions make, along with the hotel assessment, is making a big difference. So now we can move on. This is just some color commentary on what the types of things that we're doing. Paid advertising and social media. We have a pretty robust program. We're everywhere all the time when we can be as it relates to tourism. Chair Lopez, you might be happy to know we were down in Lake San Antonio for the Wildflower Festival. We had someone there. We're trying to take all these things, particularly the hidden gems, which people are looking for, and really foist them up and make a big deal about them and bring people in. Next. Public relations, these are just a smattering of the types of coverage. We're in travel and leisure. We're in wine enthusiasts. We're in the Chicago Tribune. We're all over the country. Again, part of our big strategy, which I'll talk about in a minute, is getting people to come here from further away, because if we do that, they'll typically stay longer, one more night, do more, and spend more. So these titles and these places that we're going and this exposure that we're creating is hugely important to the overall program. A little bit on Salinas Valley and South County. We've had a lot of focus there, and our partners in Soledad and King City. And the rest of South County, we've happily been working with our friends, Paul in MCBC, to see how we can get more involved. He's hosted a number of South County city manager meetings, which we participated in. I did a tour 3 weeks ago with Steve Adams in King City, just to sort of see what was new and what was happening. And so these are some of the programs that highlight what we're doing in South County. A lot of media, and a program we did with Atlas Obscura, if it sounds obscure, because it's in the name. It's actually not that obscure to over 10 million people who are looking to travel, and they are specifically people looking to do things off the beaten path, like the Monterey County Agricultural and Rural Museum and other points that you can see up there. On the international side, We've spoken a little bit about this, and we put some press out. The international market's extremely important to Monterey County. International travelers spend 2 to 3 times what a conference traveler will spend, and we have some headwinds there. But we're not taking our foot off the brake, whether you're from Canada, the UK, or Korea. All very important to us and all things that we're going to continue to invest in. There you'll see some of the things that we did this year. We worked closely with Brand USA. And if you can see those folks at the sign there at the Pinnacles National Park, that was a group of 10 Korean tour operators who came through and spent a few days with us. We took them to Carmel, we took them to Carmel Valley, and of course we took them to South County and Pinnacles. These are the folks that influence folks from Korea on coming to California and coming to Monterey County. And they had a really, really good time. And we're talking about the possibility of opening up a representation firm either in South Korea or Japan in the coming year. Business development, that's sales, fancy way of saying sales. These are some of the things that we did to attract meetings and events to come here. We participated in a partnership with Pebble Beach Food and Wine. We brought 15 luxury meeting planners to that event, but we didn't just take them to Pebble Beach. We took them to Carmel Valley, and we took them to the city of Monterey to show them the various aspects of the destination. So anytime we do something with one particular type of event, we try to spread that out and make that event work harder for the overall county. A few other events that you can see up there. All of these are attracting meeting planners who then in turn bring their business to us, and it's hugely valuable business. We talked a little bit about membership, business outreach. We'll go door to door. We've done it. We've worked with MCBC. We've worked with SUBA here in Salinas. We've done it in other communities. We were in King City, knocking on doors, largely led by Alyssa and her team. Thank you, Alyssa. To get out there and just hand out business cards and tell people what we do and how we can help them. One of the hardest things in her job is demonstrating to people, no, it's free. No, we're going to do all this stuff for you. It's free. And they're like, well, okay, after 90 days, do I have to pay something? And of course, the answer is no. So we're going to continue to work on that, and we do these programs. The Wayfinding is a program we do where social media workshops, where we do how to attract international visitors, how to do your business. We're helping them help themselves by dovetailing from what we do and doing things on their own. And we'll continue to do those programs. Again, crisis communication is something that we in the county have to be always on the lookout for. And whenever we're in a crisis situation, we go from a promotion organization and agency to one of getting out information. So whether it's Highway 1 and the things that are ongoing there, the Moss Landing power plant, when that fire started, we immediately switched gears and we became an information spreading. We're talking to our members in Moss Landing, talking to residents, getting that information out through our social networks, and travelers, what to do, where to go, where not to go, and what not to do. New program coming up, launches in June. It's called How to Highway 1. Highway 1 is a statewide crown jewel. We are the beneficiaries. We are right there. We're the custodians to a degree of Highway 1, along with our friends in SLO, but we are the primary benefactor and the primary caretaker in terms of making sure that when people come to Highway 1, they know how to do it. Now, the Regent slide doesn't have a date and when it's going to be cleared. It's going to happen sometime in the future. And nature being nature, nature giveth, nature taketh away. There will be another slide at some point in the future. We're changing the paradigm, whether it's opened or not, and believe me, we want it open. We need it to be open. And in fact, my friends from MCHA are in Sacramento right now during CalTravel's Advocacy Day talking about this very thing, asking where did the sense of urgency go behind making sure that that road is open and safe. We're looking at it from a communication standpoint, demonstrating that there's a number of different ways to experience that in Big Sur. When people think that Highway 1 is broken, they think all of Big Sur is broken, and by extension, Monterey County. Business, when Highway 1 is out, ask Kurt Gaffel, he'll tell you, 30 to 40% business down whenever that highway's out. So extrapolate that to all the businesses in Big Sur, it's a big deal. We want to make sure people know you can get down there, you can still enjoy all the things that you would normally enjoy. And there's a number of ways to getting around, including going through South County, including going through Paso. I was in SLO a couple weeks back and met with at a roundtable with Senator Laird, talking about this and other things that are important to how we make the most of this great treasure we have, but do it in a way that's sensible, responsible, and safe. And speaking of safe, we've been talking a lot. We go to BISMAC meetings, and we're usually there talking about, among other things, Bixby Bridge. Bixby Bridge has a lot of challenges. I know, Supervisor Daniels, some of those challenges are near and dear to your heart, and all of your hearts and minds. We have had a moratorium in place. We don't use Bixby Bridge in any of our advertising and haven't since 2015. And we thought it was such a great idea. We shared it with our friends at Visit California, and pretty quick after we did, they stopped using it. But it's going to take a lot more than that. Whenever there are fines, whenever there is no parking, we like to promote that. I'm a big fan of promoting fines. I told the CHP and I told the sheriff one time at a BISMAC, I'll make you famous. People will know not to cross the line on Highway 1. Hike the fines, do whatever you need to do, and we'll make sure the word gets out. So this program is going to be launching in June, and you'll see it's going to be taken along the coast. Our friends in SLO, it'll be How to Highway 1 SLOCAL, How to Highway 1 PISMO, How to Highway 1. We've created it as a regional program, and Visit California is going to get behind it as well. Thank you. So culinary is a huge reason for visiting Monterey County, and happening right now in New York City. We've taken 5 chefs from our Michelin chefs, 2 Michelin chefs from Carmel. We brought chef from Big Sur, Post Ranch Inn. We brought chef from Pebble Beach and a chef from the city of Monterey. And they're going down and doing a major PR event tomorrow night, and then a consumer event with the James Beard Foundation. It's going to generate huge and important exposure for us on a global scale. We need to get people coming to Monterey, thinking about Monterey, that maybe never even thought that they could come here for a vacation. This is one of their ways to say, hey, bet you didn't know. Surprise them, delight them, and get them wanting to come here. So what's next? MCT 2030, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. I have presented this before, but I want to just get into a couple of quick things. MCT 2030 is a lookout, a strategic plan between now and the end of the decade. Where are we going to be? Where do we want to be? And we have a say in that. We have a say in our future. We don't have to just let it happen. So the plan was focused on community-wide collaboration. We did a resident sentiment study. We've incorporated that, a visitor profile study, incorporated that in this plan. And we've got to continue to work together. The investment that you make in the tourism economy with C Monterey and how we work with other community partners is a stake in our future as a county. The challenges I talked a little bit about. We are in some rocky headwinds from tariffs to they call it, Brand USA cleverly calls it brand tarnish in the international markets, and it certainly is that. But we're leaning in. Visit California is leaning in. We're not retreating. We're going to continue to do that and deal with these uncertainties. I've talked a lot about our competitive standing. These are the folks that we compete with, and where we stand, we're a little bit of a competitive disadvantage when it comes to budgets. This shows you the budget per room per year, that middle budget per room. That's each of these destinations budget per room per year. And you can see we're on the low end of the wrong side of the average, but we punch above our weight. And I would attribute the success that we've had, and the numbers I quoted you at the beginning of my presentation, is a tribute to us working together. In our county, unity is currency. And we squeeze all the value out of that we can get. And this is a demonstration of the investment that you make, how that helps us from an investment standpoint, but it's the working together that's equally important.
Just repeat that slide again for me.
Sure.
I'm sorry. Just walk us through it one more time.
Okay, so you see Monterey County on there twice. And Monterey County, the first time, it's the number of rooms we've had in the past. That gives us over 12,000 rooms. It's $953 per room per year. The new assessment coming in July 1 is going to boost us a little bit to being a little bit over, not quite to where Sonoma is. So it's essentially budget firepower. And if you look at Sonoma and Napa, who we compete very closely with, I call them Sonapa because it's just this big giant wine region, and it's a wine, and there's nothing wrong with wine. But they're very, very compelling in terms of their ability to market. And so this is a gauge sort of equalizing what do we each have to spend, what do we each have to use to market our destinations. Make sense?
Now it does. Thank you.
We used to have a graph. I like the graph better. Maybe we'll go back to that. Between now and 2030, we're going to have 1,000 new hotel rooms. We are going to have to really step up our game to fill those hotel rooms. There's not a single GM in this county right now who wants to lose a point of occupancy or $1 of rate to these new properties. We've got to get people coming to Monterey County in the off-season as our focus, who may not even thought of coming here, people who might not even have heard of us, for us to be competitive in the future. And this is just a fancy way of saying reaching the Midwest and reaching the East Coast, working with the airlines. We hosted with Visit Carmel and Pebble Beach and MRY. We hosted a senior flight analyst for United Airlines. He was here for the marathon. We took an afternoon with him, and we showed him around. Instead of a PowerPoint presentation, we had lunch at Pebble Beach, and then we drove him around for 3 hours through our communities, through Seaside, through Marina. Look at what's happening. See it for yourself. We brought him out here. He met with Taylor Farms for a little while. Very interested. We want that Chicago route, and there's some other things we want. Those are the things that we're going to need to have in the future to be successful. And then making the most of our events. Had a really great meeting with Lori Eberhardt the other day, and Mel Harder, the new GM for Laguna Seca, and we said, how can we work together? We're going to have to work together harder than we ever have in the past. They wide open for ideas. We're wide open for ideas. Our event strategy, we have to make more of events that we have, and we have to attract events that we don't have. These are some examples of the ones that we have and the ones that we want to make a big deal about in the future, including the Super Bowl, including the Olympics, including FIFA, and the things that we already have here. And then the Right Path, formerly known as Sustainable Moments. This is the new responsible travel program. You're going to start to see this in a lot of places, including on the side of MST buses, because during the high season, we have Be Responsible While You're Here advertising. We're advertising the big billboards with the otters on them saying adore responsibly. They're going back up in the Bay Area. And then when people get here, you're going to see advertising and, among other things, about the right path to be here, be respectful, be responsible, what to do, what not to do, including what to do and what not to do in Big Sur, and a lot more of that's coming. I'll end with this point, and I won't read the whole thing, but it essentially says, if you build a place where people want to live, people are going to want to visit there. If people are going to want to live and visit, you're going to build a place where people want to work. You're going to build a place for business. If you do all that well, it's going to be a place where business has to be. And if we build a place where business has to be, we will be back to building a place where people want to live and visit. Unity is currency. Everything is connected. What we do and with our partners like MCBC, like the Arts Council, like the others that we work with is absolutely essential, because this is about quality of place, even more so than quality of life. Thank you very much.
Questions? To roll on? Perfect. All right. Next presentation we have for you is the CEO of Monterey County Business Council, Paul Farmer.
Also known as Pablo Farmero. Thank you, Supervisor. We'll put that on my gravestone someday. I thank you all for receiving this presentation today. As I go through these few slides and give you the update on our results through the end of the last quarter, March 31st, I ask you to consider two things. Watch for the true partnership that the Monterey County Business Council has supporting the county, and watch for the return on investment that we deliver, because I think that's quite an impressive story. Thank you, Richard. Let's go to the next slide. So Monterey County Business Council has a number of programs. The Monterey Bay Apex Accelerator will show you what our results are for that program. Leadership Monterey County. Oops, go back one slide. The Small Business Development Center, which we did not have last year, and thanks to the county, we now have. Monterey County Business Alliance is a group of leaders of chambers and other business organizations that we lead. South County Roundtable is the city managers for South County that we also lead at helping them with economic development. And then you're all invited to our Supervisor Speaker Series. Thank you, Richard. So the Apex Accelerator, I think you all are aware of what they do. The most important thing is one-on-one business counseling to help businesses in Monterey County and beyond understand what opportunities are there for them with government contracting. So we have a number of workshops and events and certain other things that we do. This last year was the first time that we did that event, I think I'll call it, which was wildly successful and which was, Ms. Wilson pointed out the benefits that had for the county. We'll go on. Here's the numbers I told you to watch out for. Return on investment. So those are the number of businesses in Monterey County receiving federal contracts, 29, 120, and the value of those contracts just for those 9 months, over $100 million just for the county of Monterey. We serve 14 counties in Central Coastal California, so it's 1,585 or nearly $1.6 billion. But if you look at the amount that Monterey County gets, it's much higher because we're based here. We get support from you, and we're working hard for Monterey County businesses. That's a number I should have tattooed on my forehead. Okay, next slide, please. And this is a little bit more detail about the different types of clients that we serve in Monterey County and throughout the counties. We help diverse businesses, women-owned, veteran-owned, all of those different types. Again, outstanding results. Thank you. Then you translate those, the value of those contracts into the number of jobs that are created or retained. We use a number from the Bureau of Labor Statistics of about $62,000 per job. So you take the $114 million divided by that, and that shows jobs created and retained in Monterey County of over 1,800. Phenomenal results. And then all 14 counties, you see the number there. Thank you. Next program that is supported with by the county through Monterey County Business Council is the Leadership Monterey County program, which we're pleased to have a number of leaders in the county, including CAO de la Rosa, and County Council is in it this year. Richard is a graduate. Chair Lopez, I don't know that you need to go through it, but you're always welcome. So, but that's really about a long-term investment in helping generate leaders, and not just in the business world, not just in government, nonprofits. We believe that this program helps the intellectual capital of our area. So thank you, Richard. 30 people in the cohort each time. They're at Joby Aviation right there. The class theme days are focused on different pillars of the economy here in Monterey County. More pictures. I see Wendy in that picture. She's saying something very important. I also want to thank CAO de la Rosa, who spoke to the class at the last session. Thank you. Next up is the Small Business Development Center. I came here to the county last year, as you all will recall, and said, you know, there was an opportunity for us to keep management of the Small Business Development Center for Monterey and San Benito counties here locally. When the previous hosts of the SBDC decided not to continue, then those services were getting delivered by the home office at UC Merced. So if they're not here, if they don't have local businesses and whatnot, they're just not going to deliver the results that we're able to deliver, just like with the Apex program. So what you see here is after we won that contract, this is the number of Monterey County businesses served by the SBDC. Even though we're a new SBDC, we're killing it. Our director, Roger, comes from a business banking background, and he's able to use that experience to help businesses when they're looking to expand and find the capital they need to grow. The top business sectors served, childcare services, food services, and manufacturing, and educational services and other things like that. What are the top things that they need? They need help with planning their business and startup support. We get a lot of that, and they need help with financing and marketing. Those are the top things requested. Next slide. Y hablamos español también, y ahora voy a convertir. I'm kidding. I'm not going to switch into Spanish now. But we do, the previous hosts of the Small Business Development Center, they were not out in the community as much as we are. Our staff is bilingual. We make time every week. We have an outreach center at the Monterey Chamber and another one in the city of Soledad. So we're out there in the communities working with people throughout the county. And I was told that numbers is one thing, but we need to make sure that we connect and tell the story. Like, how are we really helping businesses? So the next slide, these are a bunch of companies that have benefited from working with us. The next slide. This lady, Laura Salgado, owns a company called Cafens. coffee de olla. It's what's called a pour-over coffee. She has been having remarkable success. She has relied on us. English is not her first language, so the fact that we're able to help her in her native Spanish is helpful. And the quote is just something about us helping her getting a grant with the city of Salinas. But we've helped her with much more than that. And she's a great success story, and she's somebody that can point to the work that we've done to help her grow her business. And the next slide is another testimonial from Francisco Luna, who owns a construction company. And he was really caught on his heels with the pandemic. But with our help, he was able to get back where he needed to be. I think that's my last slide. So the main points that I want to bring forward to the supervisors is, again, the return on investment that you get from the Monterey County Business Council. When you look at the DSA partners, we are funded at the lowest level of any of the partners, but I think that when you look at our results, we stand with the best of them. And in business, you look at the ROI of something. If it's paying you a lot, you invest more in it. I know it doesn't always work that way in government when we have different pressures and things like this, but we understand that CAO de la Rosa and her team are working on the budget, and we know that there are hard decisions to be made, but we hope that when you finalize that budget and bring it before the Board of Supervisors, we hope that you remember the partnership that we have with MCBC and the county. When the county needs something, we show up. Whether it was the flooding in Pájaro, and we were there at the Emergency Service Center for Businesses. There was something that happened in Big Sur recently where Supervisor Daniels needed us, and we showed up. So we're working with Richard on the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy study, which will come out next year. So whenever the county asks for help from us, we are there. So positive ROI, we leverage funding, not just from the county, but we get money from the federal government. We dodged some bullets this year, and both of our programs are safe with that. We also get funding from cities in San Benito and all of the cities here in Monterey County. But we would not be able to do the work that we do if it weren't for the county. I don't know that we would have won the contract for the Small Business Development Center. So when you look at economic development, when you look at helping businesses who need help to grow and thrive in our area, we hope you look at us as your vital strategic partner to make that happen. And we couldn't do it without you. We are very pleased to have the partnership that we have with you, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Faramero. Any wrap-up comments?
Just wrapping up that you will receive, so this is the in-person presentations that were modified. You will receive a full report from all 4 DSA agencies at the end of the fiscal year, and we'll make sure that gets to all of you supervisors and to the CAO.
Thank you. All right, comments or questions before we go to the public? Supervisor Daniels.
I'll save my comments for after we go to the public, but just a reminder, since I'm on the newer side, what was the DSA investment for both the MCBC and for the C Monterey?
I would defer to if Debbie Palinelli, our assistant CAO, is on the line, but I do know that MCBC did receive $200,000 this last fiscal year, or the current fiscal year, or 188. Yeah. 188,000. I'm not quite sure what the total is for C Monterey offhand.
We know our numbers. Yeah.
So the program works with the 10 jurisdictions. The smaller jurisdictions put in 3% of their TOT investment. The county and the city of Monterey, the 2 biggest to gain, put in 6%. So that 6%, it was less than 6%. It was like 4.66 because of moving some things around, and it was about 1.9 million.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
All right, other comments or questions? Let's go out to the public. Invite folks to come forward in room. Folks via Zoom, if you do me the favor of raising your hand in the reactions tab or raising your hand by punching *9 via landline. We'll start in room. I've got one speaker. We'll give you the floor.
Good afternoon, supervisors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mandy Lindquist. I'm the marketing manager for the California Rodeo Salinas, one of the largest and most iconic events in Monterey County, and #1 out of 40 in California and number 15 out of 600 in the United States. Our event brings thousands of visitors and generates a large local economic impact each year, but reaching broad audiences in a competitive tourism market is challenging. We also are uniquely positioned to have all these beautiful things like golf and beaches and wine around us that a lot of other rodeos do not have, but this is where See Monterey makes a critical difference. Their far-reaching marketing campaigns, both national and international, allow us to amplify our message and reach audiences we may not reach on our own. One example of recent creative from See Monterey is a Monterey Pro v Pro series that we filmed last week. This program brought together iconic Monterey County experiences, including the rodeo, to tell a compelling story that speaks to a wide range of travelers. Highlighting our reigning steer wrestling champion and talking to him about the nuances of the sport, the care of the livestock, and what it means to win a prestigious rodeo like ours is great exposure that uniquely educates potential attendees and helps us to preserve and promote the spirit of the West. These collaborative efforts not only build brand awareness for our event, but they strengthen the overall perception of Monterey County as a rich and diverse destination. See Monterey is a vital partner for us and many others, helping to bridge the gap between local experiences and global audiences. Continued investment in See Monterey is an investment in unity and economic vitality. Thank you for your time and continued support.
Thank you, Ms. Lundquist. Anybody else in the room? All right, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom. Seeing no hands up, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the dais. Supervisor Alejo.
I wanted to just thank our last speaker for speaking up for District 1, where the rodeo grounds are at. But absolutely a phenomenal event that is well-loved by everyone across Monterey County, and we get so many outside visitors. So I just appreciate bringing that unique perspective, because part of promoting tourism is making sure we're looking at all corners of our county, but especially in our largest city, and one of the biggest events that we hold in our county every year. So thank you for adding that perspective.
All right, Supervisor Askew? No? We'll go down. I know Supervisor Daniel says she had some comments.
Of course. Thank you so much. And thank you to both of you who gave the presentations that you did. It is clear that there is a return on the investment in both MCBC and in See Monterey. I just feel like, speaking on behalf of the constituencies that I hear the most from, I would be remiss if I didn't speak up. And I say this all with, in particular to See Monterey, an extreme appreciation for going above and beyond to show up at meetings and address the concerns that many of our constituents in District 5 have. Places like Big Sur really make a difference, as you said, in terms of visitation throughout California. When Big Sur is closed, there's a whole segment of the world that thinks I'll skip out on California. Even if they never had a desire to visit Big Sur, they skip out on California because they can't make that iconic drive from San Francisco to LA or LA to San Francisco. And so I know how important it is. And but what I want to say is that we really are struggling with the high levels of visitation, and See Monterey is making a big effort to figure out how to visit Highway 1 right. And so How to Highway 1 I hadn't heard about. Really excited to hear about this program and how it's going to work. But what I hear the most about from constituencies, in particular in Big Sur, from residents, obviously not from the business community who understands the dynamic, is, why are we promoting the region when we can't handle the number of people who are here currently? And so to that, this seems like a relatively small investment for what you're doing. But I want to just say the things that jumped out at me in this presentation were the way we're spreading out visitation, the way we're looking at South County and seeing all of the opportunities. I saw Mission San Antonio. I've gone and spent the night in Mission San Antonio. That was quite an experience. Really did enjoy that. South County is beautiful. San Lorenzo Park is one of my faves. There's so much to see and do. The Pinnacles obviously is a global must see for anyone visiting the area. And I know there's so much more than even what is in your presentation. So I appreciate the spreading out of visitation because that's going to make a difference. I appreciate the focus on something that really is a big return, which is these meetings, these business events, getting people to take their meetings that they're having that are national meetings or international meetings and bringing them here and having those here. Far more than for me, another event on the Monterey Peninsula that would attract large numbers of people. So I like the focus that you have on these specific things that will make a return on investment. And then lastly, sustainable moments, which is now called, it looks like, the right path. And this idea of the quality of place and quality of life. I did go this weekend, and I'll talk about it in my comments later on, but I went to a public safety event. And it was on Point Lobos, which is a big challenge we have in terms of, if you're going to park a mile away from China Cove and you've got 3 kids and 2 elderly parents, you're probably not going to make it to China Cove. And would you go and do it if you know you were actually putting your life on the line to make that walk? And we lost someone at one of our really challenging state parks last year when an 80-year-old woman tried to cross the street and she lost her life. And so, not to bring up something so devastating, but we really do need to start thinking about how we visit, and you are an organization that has shown up every single time we've asked for that help, and to every single BISMAC and to the Big Sur Byways organization and the Bixby Bridge Task Force. And so I really appreciate your partnership and like what I saw in this presentation, and know that you're making an effort on an issue that's probably the biggest issue in terms of challenges we have in District 5 that I know means so much to our economy, and I know it's important, but we've got work to do, and I just look forward to continuing to do that work with you all. So thank you very much.
All right, Supervisor Church.
I do want to thank the Monterey County Business Council. As Paul mentioned, they were out there during the flooding in Baja to help the businesses, which have were organized better than they ever were now. They've also been out into rural communities and unincorporated areas such as Castroville with some programs to help people on small businesses. And I learned that very quickly when I was in office and with some events that were being held. These are, in my view, really good things because a lot of these small businesses just don't get attention. They don't know where to go. And it really helps out people who are just really starting to start out on a business. And regarding to with the C Monterey presentation, thank you for that as well. I want to reinforce the right path argument there that Supervisor Daniels did. I think, it's really important to have that, again, just helps push things out for local businesses, respect for them, stewardship, and to that way. And this is a really important perspective, and it really falls into the whole the other points you put across, which I'm really trying to urge this county go for, is the tourism dispersion. Which I think is really the future to go on, because it is very heavily concentrated on the Monterey Peninsula. Not that there's anything against the Monterey Peninsula, but there is the rest of the county, and there's a lot of opportunities out there to help businesses create jobs from up in my end from Elkhorn Slough, which is its own beauty, to Moss Landing, which is the premier fishing harbor around, and of course we've had our own problems there, and it has some very fine restaurants which are struggling a bit right now. But as you go down, you have Salinas, the home of John Steinbeck, all the way down the Salinas Valley, from the Gateway to the Pinnacles to other things, which there's a whole Monterey County out there that people aren't seeing. And that's really the direction to go. I know there's a train line going to be coming down there through all the way to King City. It's a great way to bring people in for sustainable tourism. Try to get them to stay longer. Then you don't have to have as many people coming on the roads. There's a lot of good good positive steps that can be done. I know we're moving that way. You know, I don't know how you kick it along faster, but everything we can do would be great. But anyway, that I think probably wraps up my comments onto there, and I'll pass it over to the chair.
All right. I just want to thank both of our presenters today as well. Appreciate the fact that there was not a single photo of Bixby in the presentation, but I saw several wineries from South County, shots from the former Hahn and Mr. Farmer's presentation, as well as Rath and the presentation from our friends at Monterey. So I think you're the right partners for what we're doing at this point, and I appreciate all the efforts to spread out the love, make sure that South County tourism continues to grow. I'm hoping that we get another few hotels up on that list, but that they're located in South County. I know we're doing that work now, hoping to get those folks over the finish line and under construction. So thank you. With that, I think we're going to wrap this presentation. We're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you, everybody. We're going to reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. With the recognition that all 5 members of the board are present, I'm going to ask for the announcement of the interpreter by Diego Celis.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Gracias.
Gracias, Diego. With that, we're going to jump into a presentation from Kelsey Scanlon on Moss Landing cleanup efforts.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, County Administrative Officer De La Rosa, County Councils, and members of the public. Thank you all so much for having me this afternoon. I am here to provide an update regarding recovery efforts at the Moss 300 site, which experienced a structure fire and hazmat incident that occurred in January 2025. We're going to talk a little bit about the ongoing debris removal efforts, the battery and debris removal efforts, the air and soil sampling, the health survey, and our response to the community plea letter. And then we will allow for time for PG&E to provide a presentation regarding the battery storage facility on their side of the property. So with that, it's important to note that the degree of debris and battery removal that is going to be required at this site is quite significant in scale and has not been done before. And as such, each step of the process is being done in a very strategic fashion by both US EPA and Vistra. It's important to note that there are many battery modules that are in the process of being assessed and categorized so that they can be properly dealt with before being removed from the site. There's approximately 100,000 battery modules in the building in various states of damage and of charge. US EPA is working diligently with the responsible party, Vistra Corps, to plan for the treatment and disposal of the battery modules as quickly and as safely as possible. After the fire was out, the EPA worked to conduct supplemental air monitoring efforts, in addition to Vistra's air monitoring efforts, and then began implementation planning for early implementation of battery removal. So under the careful oversight of US EPA, Vistra has conducted the following activities. They are developing a method to determine the current state of charge of each of the battery modules, planning for the removal of battery modules from the building, planning for treatment and disposal of the battery modules once they've been removed from the building, planning for transportation of the battery modules to appropriate facilities for recycling or disposal, delinking of all accessible battery modules, approximately 35,000 modules, and the intention of that is to reduce risk of thermal runaway and reignition. They've been conducting a structural assessment of the damaged building to plan for the demolition of the building and completing preparation of 98 inverters outside of the Moss Landing 300 building as a safety measure so that they're no longer connected to the battery storage system. To date, no battery material has been removed or disposed of from the site, and Vistra is continuing to identify suitable waste disposal facilities with US EPA oversight. In April, Vistra removed asbestos-containing material from the eastern wall of the Moss Landing 300 building where the fire occurred. While the US EPA does not classify asbestos as hazardous waste under the Federal Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, it is considered a hazardous waste under California state regulation. The asbestos-containing material from the building was removed, transported, and disposed of at Forward Landfill in Manteca, California, following state and federal regulations. Additionally, non-hazardous rainwater was removed from the tanks at the site and transported to Clean Harbors Seaport for disposal. No waste disposal locations have been identified yet. As US EPA oversees Vistra's work to assess and characterize each individual battery module, US EPA will also oversee the proper treatment and disposal of the battery modules. While some battery modules will be categorized as damaged, defective, or recalled, battery modules that are not in this category may be de-energized and transported for recycling. Meanwhile, US EPA and Vistra are working to find facilities that can accept the hazardous and or non-hazardous waste from the site. US EPA and Vistra are currently working to formalize an agreement under the US EPA's authority outlined in the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act of 1980, also known as CERCLA. There have been many questions about whether this is a Superfund site. It is important to note that this is not a Superfund site, but US EPA will be working under their emergency response authority outlined under CERCLA. The US EPA has identified and mobilized community involvement coordinators who are developing and will be implementing a community relations plan. And so that is required for CERCLA, or under CERCLA, for cleanups that are anticipated to take more than 120 days. This can include, but is not limited to, community interviews, door-to-door knock-and-talks, surveys, town halls, etc. But this plan is still currently under development. The US EPA is currently also working to develop a website to provide greater community information regarding the agreement, the community involvement opportunities, and the status of battery and debris removal operations. So with that, before I hand it over to Rick Encarnacion from the Environmental Health Bureau, I would like to take a moment to thank our residents who submitted a letter to the clerk of the board titled Community Please. We did respond to that letter, which was transponded yesterday, and appreciate their thoughtful questions. And we are open to continuing to answer questions that may arise as a response to our letter. So, Rick?
Thank you, Kelsey. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, members of the board. Rick Encarnacion, Director of Environmental Health Bureau. And with me also is Ms. Nikki Fowler, our Environmental Health Bureau Health Program Coordinator. I'll be giving an update on our community sampling plan, and then I'll turn it over to Nikki to provide an update on our GIS dashboard. Progress on phase 1 of the community sampling plan is underway. 16 of the 27 sample locations have been completed. Soil sampling started on Thursday, May 8th, where we collected 8 locations, and on day 2 was Tuesday, May 13th. On both days, the Environmental Health Bureau and the Department of Toxic Substance Control staff accompanied the environmental consultant secured by Vistra, TerraPhase, to all sampling locations. ETSC will conduct the sampling analysis, and results should be available within a few weeks. Phase 2 will continue on to May 22nd, and Environmental Health will be accompanying the Vistra consultant TerraPhase for that. So with the community sampling plan, the community sampling is underway. Everything seems to be good to go for that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Nikki Fowler to give an update on the GIS dashboard.
Rick, good afternoon, Chair Lopez, members of the board. Rick, I also just want to follow up on your update there to indicate that we have made some updates to the readymontereycounty.org incident site, where we've posted the community sampling plan, a map of the approximate locations, and so the public can view that and get a better feel of the sampling that's going on. I'd also want to, as far as the GIS goes, I am pleased to report that as of this morning, the Moss Landing Vistra battery fire dashboard was made available to the public. We had met with internal stakeholders last week to provide a live demonstration of the application and received feedback. A key improvement that we were able to implement over the past week to this live version is the inclusion of health-related regulatory or screening criteria for each analyte when they exist. So now users can not only see the locations of sampling and monitoring that has occurred, they can discern between results that were at or above corresponding health-related criteria or below it. So that's available now on the incident website, readymontereycounty.org. And that concludes the update for the Environmental Health Bureau.
All right, and we'll go to Dr. Moreno for an update regarding the health survey.
Good afternoon, board members. Ed Moreno, Director of Public Health. The Health Department of Monterey County and our neighboring counties of San Benito and Santa Cruz County. As a reminder, we did conduct a survey asking residents to provide information to us from February 19th through March 16th of this year. And the purpose was to inform our local public health response strategies and, as necessary, future response strategies. The survey included questions about symptoms individuals may have experienced during and after the battery fire, where the individuals were, if they experienced symptoms, and what type of medical care they might have sought. Our epidemiologists continue to analyze the survey results and working with our counterparts, and we also continue to receive and have regular meetings and receive input from the California Department of Public Health's Environmental Health Investigation Branch. So we do appreciate that the public is eager to receive information about the survey results, and we are grateful for the patience. We anticipate that we'll be making the information available to the Board of Supervisors and to the public around the end of May, which will include posting the summary of the community survey on the county's battery fire website. Thank you.
With that, our brief presentation from county staff will conclude. Do you want to ask questions before we hand it over to Pacific Gas and Electric for a presentation?
Sure, that's fine. Is there questions from the dais at this point? Supervisor Church, no? Later? Okay, this side? All right, then let's just go ahead and jump into the next presentation from PG&E. I think we've given 7 minutes for this presentation, so we'll give you the floor.
Excellent. And I'd like to invite Teresa to present.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board, CAO, and County Council. My name is Jasmine Venegas. I'm your government relations representative at PG&E, and I'm accompanied by Teresa Alvarado, Vice President for PG&E South Bay and Central Coast Region, and Tim Wisdom, Director of Power Generation at PG&E. And we just want to say thank you for the opportunity to share an update on the work that we've performed at our Elkhorn Battery Energy Storage System following the Vistra fire in January and our intentions moving forward. With that, I'll hand it off to Teresa to start us off.
Do they have the slides? Oh, thank you. Oh, should we go here? Or it might be more productive if you want me to navigate. Thank you, Kelsey. Thank you so much, Chair, County Administrator, and board members. Really pleased to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. So, Kelsey, you have, I'm sorry, Jasmine, you have the slides now. I just wanted to share, PG&E is deeply committed to providing safe, clean, and reliable energy for all, including the safe operation of the Elkhorn system within our Moss Landing electric substation. For those who are not aware, Elkhorn is a 182.5 megawatt battery storage system comprised of 256 Tesla Megapacks. You see a picture of them there. The facility is owned and operated by PG&E and maintained by Tesla. It was approved by the CPUC, the California Public Utilities Commission, in November of 2018. Construction began in July of 2020, and the system began operation in April of 2022. Elkhorn is designed to help stabilize the local and state grid and integrate clean energy. So you'll see here, the fire at Vistra Moss Landing Battery Storage Facility on January 16, 2025 was not a PG&E incident, but as PG&E operates the adjacent Elkhorn Battery Facility, PG&E personnel immediately engaged with local incident command personnel, local officials, and agencies to assist in the response. PG&E's Elkhorn Battery System is an outdoor facility located at PG&E's Moss Landing Electric Substation and is walled off with concrete blocks and completely separate from the Vistra facility. So if you see on the image there at the bottom, the yellow thick line is our barrier between our facility, which is open air, and the Vistra facility, which is on the lower side there of the photo. The Elkhorn battery automatically disconnected from the grid when its infrared fire detection system detected flames from the Vistra fire. The Elkhorn battery remains de-energized, electrically disconnected from the grid, and in an idle state since January. Tim is now going to share more about Elkhorn safety features and our plans ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Again, my name is Tim Wisdom. I'm the Director of Operations for our fossil and renewable fleet, and that includes the Elkhorn facility. My pleasure to be here. I'd like to go back to the incident that occurred at Elkhorn in September of 2022, and the learnings that frankly have been come from that and have been incorporated into everything we've done since then. We performed a root cause analysis after that incident, and it was a single megapack, 1 megapack that went into a thermal runaway. It did result in a road closure, and it did require a shelter-in-place order. And what we discovered with that root cause analysis was it was due to a faulty installation of a piece of equipment. It was
to interrupt you, but we only have 3 minutes.
okay. I will make it fast. As a result of that, we've implemented a number of measures. We did a full extent of condition review of all other megapacks on site and corrected all deficiencies. We enhanced our EAP by increasing the ICS training and our hazmat response training. We did this in concert with North County Fire. We have shared our EAP and pre-fire plan with them, and when it was updated, the guidance that was given to us from Tesla was modified after our incident. It was examined as to the effectiveness of it, and again, that was incorporated in our pre-fire plan. We've done dispersion modeling since then, and we've shared that with North County, and most recently, we've put into effect continuous emissions air monitoring, and I'm not aware of any site anywhere that has that. So we have the ability to monitor continuously any chemical constituents, the wind direction, the wind speed, and that has a continuous logging and readout. We shared that information during the Vistra event. We were just standing up that system. It was going through commissioning, but we did make that available to North County and to the Incident Command. We've got coordinated training coming up here in June and September. North County will be part of that. We've got an incident command team stood up inside of PG&E, and they will be participating in that as well. I've lost my thought.
Sorry.
As far as the after incident, Vistra, we've done a tremendous amount of inspections with Tesla. We've opened up every megapack, the rooftops. We've done cleaning. We've done all of the sort of sampling for soil and ash that came across the fence line from that. We're awaiting the results of the final environmental review to look at that. And we also managed a tremendous amount of stormwater and made sure it did not commingle with the Vistra stormwater. We did not want cross-contamination to occur there, so we brought in a lot of temporary tankers to retain that, and we've been disposing of that appropriately through Clean Harbors. And we've done a tremendous amount of sampling, like I said, when we're waiting the final reports for that. We've got an EAP that has been now redacted and made ADA compliant, so it is now a public document. Prior to the incident, it was not that, and we do look forward to working with OES staff to revise and take any input there. If there is any learnings from the Vistra root cause analysis when it is finally released that is applicable and useful, we again will take that into consideration and incorporate that.
Close it us out? Thank you. Thank you so much. So you will see that there's been significant coordination at the local, state, and federal level. We are, as summer approaches, we really believe that it's appropriate to return Elkhorn to service by June 1st to support grid reliability, and that it is safe to do so. The safety and well-being of the community is our top priority, and we're grateful to have worked closely with North County Fire and other agencies. We continue to learn from Vistra, and we will continue to incorporate that learning and work with you in whatever way you see fit. We would also like to invite each of you individually to come and tour at your convenience. Thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Teresa, Tim, Jasmine. We appreciate the presentation. I want to bring it back to the dais and see if there's comments or questions from the dais at this point.
I have some questions, both for a little bit for the county and also PG&E, but I'll go start with the ones since you folks are up but here at the dais first. I know you say that you're commissioned a plume study model. That hasn't been shared with the county at this point. It's not complete. Is that my understanding?
It is completed. Excuse me. It's a static model, so it is complete. It's been shared with the North County Fire Department, Chief Mendoza. It is like anything. It's just inputs that you put in to produce a static output. So it does not have live data in it. Our continuous emissions air monitoring system does, and that's why we went to that step. On the day of this incident back in September 20th, 2022, we had no data to be able to share with first responders to talk about what was in the smoke, where it was going. We had nothing. And it was very apparent when the EPA showed up that evening and brought their temporary sampling equipment that that's what gave comfort and confidence that we had no further hazards going off site. So we worked with the EPA after our incident and asked them, what is that technology that you're using? And we've basically designed a system based on all the equipment they're using. We've got it in 4 corners with MET stations, and we've also got a 10-meter MET station. So we are continuously monitoring real weather conditions, and we can absolutely sense down to all of the chemical constituents and the particulate that would come in from an event like this. So it's a dynamic living model, which is much better, in my opinion, than a static dispersion model.
Well, first, I'd like to really suggest if you're going to share something with North County Fire, please share it with County of Monterey's Department of Emergency Management. Sharing it with them does not mean it gets to us. I mean, this has been an issue we've dealt with before because you folks shared it with the North County Fire and assumed that was going to the county, but they are a separate agency and operates with their own board outside the county.
Understood.
And so it be really great to have stuff that you're sharing with them so we can look at it. And as you're recounting and saying there wasn't any, until really a plume model until the EPA came in after that incident, and understanding it, that's kind of the problem we're facing here altogether, because this is kind of a new world for all of us, for you, for us, in the county, for the public. No one's encountered situations like this, so everything's new. Just as, for example, your fire in 2022, which was an incorrect installation, and there's humans aren't perfect. There's going to be errors, and that's why as we move forward with this, it's really important that we take every step we possibly can, because we're going to learn new things as we go ahead. I'm curious on the plume model that's been shared. Where did you measure the wind patterns?
We've got on each analyzer station, so there's 4 of them, northeast, west, south. There is a MET station there, and we have a 10-meter MET station.
You measured it from Moss Landing?
Yes, right inside in the Elkhorn switchyard.
I appreciate that. That's Vistra's initial plans was using the Monterey Airport. There's different wind patterns around, so I want to make sure you were using something in there. I can't remember where it is on And here, there's, well, I'm going to probably skip that question. You referred to some new and enhanced process or something in your presentation, and I didn't write down all the details on it. Maybe I'll get back to it before we end here. But so I'll just move on to my other questions. I was curious on who you contacted. You say you contacted local officials and first responders on January 16th. Do you know who those were?
We were in contact with Chief Mendoza.
Okay. Great, thanks. Just wanted to make sure I didn't have anything real clear about you had been contacting the county. And again, I'd like to really stress, try to reach out to the county as well on these situations. There's also a automatic safe discharge that you're referring to in your batteries. So as they detect a problem, they will discharge to other batteries? Is that
Yes.
understand?
What it is, it's a software that can assess the condition on a battery-by-battery basis, and if there is a battery going into distress, so at increasing temperatures, it can actually move the electrical charge from that into an adjacent battery or out of the megapack altogether and into an adjacent megapack.
Do you know if that's Tesla-specific technology or if is standard?
I don't know. I believe it is, as I understand it, it is Tesla-specific, but I don't know.
Do you know, a lot of been brought out about safety on the mega packs and the separation between them. Vistra has some, separation in theirs too. I don't know of an industry standard that's set for how close these should be. Is there?
So they are tested and they have to get their fire certifications. That is basically a finite test with spacing to prove that they do not propagate. So there's both underwriter laboratory testing that was done for the Tesla Megapacks as well as NFPA requirements, and there's extensive reports that were written up by these agencies to sort of stipulate what that is. But we have, the Megapacks contain 17 battery modules each, and there is separation between Megapack to Megapack. And what we saw that day in September 20th was basically, it went through that megapack, but it did not propagate, and the distance is 4 inches. So there was...
I'm sorry, the distance was what?
Between the megapacks is 4 inches. They are separate by that amount. So they're back to back. You saw that picture, and there is no propagation that we experienced. We did follow the pre-fire plan and the recommendation firefighting guidance, which was to put a water fog in the vicinity. So we put no water on the megapack that was burning, and we basically just put it on in the vicinity, and that was Tesla's guidance that was in our pre-fire plan, and that's what we had trained with North County on. After the incident, Tesla revised their guidance. They said you don't need the water. And so we've updated it accordingly. Where it stands now in our pre-fire plan is that it's up to the incident responder. So when first responders come there, they can decide if they wish to use water, but it is not the recommendation of Tesla at this time.
Okay, and last, just as more of a comment, I know you were emphasizing how there's a wall separating the two facilities, and I want to just kind of remind us that there was a wall inside that building, where the batteries were inside the building as well too, and of course a lot of batteries burned at that, and you're making the statement saying that it's only going to be one or so is going to burn. You don't feel it can spread, but if there is a catastrophic incident, and that is what we really ask for in an emergency response plans here, is to be able to handle the worst case scenario. And I don't know if I think we've seen in a worst case scenario that walls, structures don't really hold up. And I think that's important to keep in mind, because we really do want to see something that is all-encompassing here, even if you feel it's unlikely. We just had something happen that was considered to be unlikely. And I just have one question then for actually, I think it was probably Rick Encarnacion, and I'm just curious, have we had anybody from the state, a toxicologist, look at any of the test results and give us any analysis on the material?
Not at this time, Supervisor, but we're in contact with them to make sure that we get all the information and interpretation that's needed.
They haven't offered it as yet, though, have they?
I believe it is part of our conversation to ensure that once we get the sampling and analysis done, that they will assist with the interpretation.
The previous sampling that was done, including by the state, they didn't give a toxicologist report on that, though, did they?
I believe there was a statement.
It was, yeah, fairly vague, though, as I recall. Okay, thank you, Rick.
All right, Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. Just a couple questions. The first one is, I was under the impression always that this was a PG&E facility with Tesla batteries, but you had said that it's owned by PG&E and maintained by Tesla. What does that mean?
We have a long-term maintenance service agreement in place with Tesla for the maintenance on the megapacks.
So Tesla comes in and provides maintenance, but it's a PG&E facility with a PG&E workforce?
Yes.
Okay.
We work in concert with them. We do perform lotto tag-out switching to make the megapacks available for them to come in and perform the maintenance. So everything inside the megapack is covered under a service contract with Tesla for the life of the project.
Okay. And you were just informed recently that there was a change to their recommendation. Is that what you were referring to in terms of most recent guidance on water usage?
That came after our incident, that they revised their guidance. So that was included.
Tim, do you mind getting a little closer to the mic for us? We're getting comments that you're a little hard to hear. Thank you.
No worries, I apologize. That came about after our incident back in September 2, and that guidance was then implemented in our pre-fire plan shared with North County, and also we updated our EAP at that time to incorporate the ICS training for our site personnel and also the first responders awareness and operations hazmat training. And we continue to this day to maintain those certifications. We've trained with North County, and they will be coming again to our June and September events to continue that training. So we've brought them in. We did a page turn on the EAP. We've done a review of the particular incident with CSTI. That's the training, the state training, Cal OES training agency, and we reviewed our incident and, what did we learn, what did we do, and it's a very good collaborative relationship with them. I just take my hat off to, that tough job that they have, and it's very appreciative of the professionalism and the support that they've provided for us.
Thank you. And the other question I have is about the continuous air monitoring that you've implemented at the site. Sure. You talked about measuring chemical constituents and particulates. When the fire occurred, we were hearing a lot about hydrofluoric acid. Does it monitor HF?
It does monitor HF, yes. So if you think about the location of Vistra and the PG&E yard, closeness to the ocean and the prevailing winds, they typically come in off of the ocean, and come across the Elkhorn facility and then onto Vistra, and that's what we observe most of the time. We did see some momentary spikes on PM10 and 2.5, that's particulate matter, 2.5 and 10 microns in size. But yes, we have the capability to monitor HF with a system.
And that's part of the ongoing monitoring?
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And that's what we did with the EPA. We actually said, what do you guys use? What do you look for? And we've basically replicated that. That was a tremendous, tremendous amount of help there to get us on the right track with that. And nobody mandated that. We just knew that day that we didn't have that information. It was crucial. First responders couldn't make an informed decision without it, and that's why we've implemented that.
Then the last question I'm going to ask is, what are you measuring today at this point in time?
There's basically nothing there that we're seeing. And it monitors continuously. It's logged forever. And it's a third-party hosted site that we're able to log into. We actually shared that with North County Fire and the Incident Command during the Vistra fire. So we gave them login credentials to go in and look at that. And we have that ability to do that. It is obviously private and not a public site, but we monitor that all the time, and there is a record, but there is nothing showing whatsoever.
For North Monterey County Fire, are those login credentials ongoing? Is that?
They were finite for the event, but they can be extended and reintroduced at any time.
Okay, thank you for that.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the presentation today and for the partnership with our Monterey County Emergency Services and Department of Emergency Management throughout the number of different events and situations that we've had. And as I know you can understand the anxiety that our residents have with the news that things are going to be turned back on again. And as from where we sit as local policymakers and elected, we have this sort of dual responsibility for collectively ensuring that we have appropriate energy available across the state. We don't want to have rolling blackouts. We want to make sure that people, when they go to turn back power on, we have this renewable energy available. We want to be supportive of the state's goals towards that outcome. And also, my responsibility is to make sure that as we move towards that path, it's happening in the safest way possible, with my ultimate goal to be accountable to the people that live in my community. So to that point, my questions I think really are around those responsibilities that I take very seriously. And so similar to my colleagues' questions, I think some of the questions that I have, and I don't know that there are specific answers today, but I'll just pose some of the questions, are around some of these safety issues and safety assurances that I'm looking for, and whether we have the authority to require them or whether the state can, whether you're prepared to offer us these assurances. These are things I'm looking for to give me assurance so that I can make sure that our residents, feel comfortable and are safe, not just told that trust us, it's safe. So things like air plume modeling, what is being modeled? What is worst case scenario that you're modeling for? Is it the entire D of all batteries going up in flame? Is that what you're modeling for? And if that is the case, under what wind conditions, under what fog conditions, under what type of weather conditions, with wind moving in what types of directions. I appreciate air plume modeling. We had air plume modeling done, but it was not complete before. And so it wasn't helpful in the way that we needed it to be. So great, but what type of air plume modeling and to what extent? Those are answers that I would really appreciate having. When we talk about air monitoring, that's wonderful. But when we're in a crisis, having a third party who is quickly able to access that information, someone who's a trusted third party like the Air District. We have a Monterey Bay Air Resource District who is always gathering information, who is a trusted third party in the community, who can advise on air quality issues. It's great that the fire district has access to that data. The fire district is not an expert in air quality control. The fire district does not have other trend data available to them to look at. The fire district isn't also looking at other factors around air quality control. They're also busy dealing with the crisis management. So working with the experts in the community who are the experts on those particular issues would give me assurance that I can then look to my community and say, hey, these are the experts that we have available who have access to statewide expertise to guide us. I was on the phone with our director of MBARD with Supervisor Lopez the morning of the Vistra fire, and we were saying, have you been looped in? What information do you have? What questions do we need to be asking? Do you have access to EF monitoring resources? Can you give us independent data that will provide reassurance? What more do we need to be doing to gather information here? So is that part of the plan? Is that part of our safety planning process? I'm not clear by just saying we have air monitoring safety features. When we talk about periodic drills and tabletop exercises, we're talking about working with internal and external stakeholders. Saying external stakeholders, that's great. Who is an external stakeholder? Do we have our school districts included in that? We had to close schools during the last event that happened. We had to close Highway 1 during the last event that happened. Our sheriff had to evacuate 1,200 people during the last event that happened. Are all of those partners and families and the SPCA who had animals who were being evacuated, are those stakeholders all a part of the tabletop and the drills that are being included? It would provide me more reassurance to know that that's all a part of the team that's being considered and thought of, and that we're not leaving critical pieces of our community, critical stakeholders, off of that list as an afterthought. So I could go on and on, I think, with the list of concerns that I have as I'm thinking about the safety of my community. I've been really clear, I think, all along, we need energy supply in our community and in our state. I want to be able to say yes and encourage other communities to say yes when it comes to battery storage or other renewable energy solutions. But in order to do that, it's essential that we have our renewable energy partners going above and beyond in providing the reassurances so that we can say yes, so that we can look at our community, so I can look at my neighbors, so that I can look at the school teacher, so that I can look at our sheriff, so I can look at those that I'm accountable to and say, I feel comfortable with the answers that I'm being given. I feel like this is the right thing for us as a community to take on this risk, because the reality is it is a risk that we're taking on to have something in our community that's going to be beneficial to the greater good. So as our partners and our community help us achieve that level of confidence that we need in order to, as a community, to say we are in this together and we can collectively feel safe together. Because I think that's, if we're going to do this together, we got to all be together in it. Yeah. So I think those are just my my comments and questions, and I think the conversation needs to continue. Mm-hmm. But I appreciate that you're here, and I also appreciate the limits to what we can require as a local jurisdiction. So this is my plea to you to please continue engaging with us so that we can all work for the benefit of the statewide efforts to ensure that we have enough energy to meet our state's energy needs. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you so much, Supervisor. Really wonderful recommendations. Absolutely understand and appreciate and respect a lot of those ideas. When we submitted the EAP, it's especially to emergency services, that will be an ongoing dialogue. We consider it final, but it's a living document. We are going to continue learning. We are going to continue collaborating. And so I really appreciate your suggestions, and we certainly would look to those and continue the coordination with you and make sure that we're looping in Kelsey more regularly going forward, and her team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alvarado and your team for being here in person. To not only make this presentation, but to also hear from the community and concerns from this board as well. I appreciate taking that seriously, and as you know, how sensitive this topic is for many of our residents still in the aftermath of our major fire earlier this year. But I just wanted to reemphasize that, like many communities, there wasn't a playbook to deal with the response to a major fire, and this wasn't your site. Obviously, it was Vistra's. But I think it's becoming more clear that battery energy storage is here to stay in California. It's not going anywhere. It's part of our future. But at the same time, there's a reality that local governments and the industry, for that matter, have to commit ourselves to try to make this technology as safe as possible. And we all recognize that the technology is evolving, is getting better. But so my question is, though, in the fire that was the smaller scale fire that occurred, I think in 2022 at PG&E site, I think some of the news coverage said that was caused by water leaking into one of the Tesla mega packs, and there was some measures that that PG&E took to make sure that wouldn't happen again. Could you emphasize that? Because it was a different scale of fire. Obviously, Vistra's was many mega packs under a single roof. The way your diagram showed earlier, it's much smaller compartments spread out to avoid such a large scale, but there was nonetheless a smaller level fire that was caused with the malfunction of the Tesla system. That's not PG&E's technology. You're acquiring Tesla's technology, and they're servicing they have a servicing contract. But just what are those measures to ensure that at your site, with the technology that you're using under Tesla's umbrella, that those kind of causal factors have been adequately addressed?
Sure. So after the incident, a root cause analysis was performed, and it came down to this misinstalled piece of equipment. And essentially, it was a vent panel. It looked like a cookie sheet, and it sits on top of a vent that lifts with pressure if there's pressure built up behind it. And it dislodged these vents, and so it basically gave a clear path for water to come into in contact with the battery. And we had heavy rains for about a day and a half before that, and there was a clear path for water ingress. And that's what caused that to go into a thermal runaway. It started in the Bay 2, the middle position. And what we did after this, finding that, is we did a full inspection of every megapack on site, every vent panel, and we found other ones that were misinstalled, and we remedied that. And then we went further than that. We actually did what's called a dam test, and we basically tape up the top of the megapacks, fill it up with water to see if there's anywhere where water gets in. Mm-hmm. And we've sealed everything up. We continue to inspect that, and there's nothing getting in there. So
that was one megapack, and it didn't propagate.
It was one megapack. It did not propagate, to your comment, Supervisor Church, about the human element there, it is present, and there's technology and there are human elements, but we feel very confident that we know the absolute cause of that, and we remedied that. If you and I know nobody maybe wants to hear about the failing safe, but that site immediately came offline. So it disconnected electrically from the grid. It isolated every megapack there, and it was in that single megapack. So not a good day, not a good situation at all. But as it was designed to sort of go into that failed state, that's what occurred there.
And are you aware of any additional design reviews or changes that Tesla has done to the systems there? So that was one, right? But yeah. I assume there's so much scrutiny after incidents like those at Moss Landing that all the industry is relooking at their designs and seeing what else they could do to improve their design of their systems.
Yeah, I mean the model continues to evolve, so they are still making the product. There are some new elements in the newer versions and that, and it just continues to evolve. As you've said before, the technology is rapidly advancing and changing, but it is still fundamentally, but there are sort of two versions beyond what we have there, but there's been no change to that vent shield. We've inspected it, ensured that they're watertight, and continue to monitor that, because that's it is a problem for these batteries to have water on them, and we've had to do everything we can to prevent that.
Right. Last question, just in terms of the lifespan of these Tesla battery megapacks or modules, what is their lifespan? Because at the Vistra plant, batteries that were installed in 2020 and 2025, they're outdated. The chemistry has dramatically changed. What is the lifespan of these particular megapacks, and when might the latest technology be installed down the road? And I'm asking that because for the community that's concerned, they want to see that the latest technologies and battery systems are installed at these locations that will keep them safer and avoid these situations happening. So if you could just speak to what the lifespan of this particular technology.
Yeah, the installation is based on a 20-year lifespan. The individual batteries do degrade over time, and they would be swapped out and replaced with new batteries. So that is just a natural occurrence that a battery eventually, in its operating regimen there, loses its ability to deliver its full rated charge. So they will be replacing batteries and renewing them over the lifetime of the project. It would depend on the running regimen of the site. So it's generally operated by the CAISO, right? When it's in service, it's doing grid support, frequency support, and the CAISO is running it up or down as need be. And so there's just a lot of variables in there that would actually determine how long a battery would last.
But Tim, they're inspecting.
Yeah, it's constantly being inspected, and we're monitoring performance. And as they degrade, they were taken away for recycling, and new batteries are put in their place.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I just want to thank you for coming here to have this conversation with us. I think there's a lot of questions, obviously, differentiating two properties that abut, or it can be a difficult thing to do during a crisis like the one we've been facing since the beginning of this year. But given the pieces raised, I just want to echo some of the things that stood out to me. I think the shared resource with the air monitoring, to the extent that it can be done with MBARD, would be a critical element for me. Having been on the ground that day looking for resources, it would have been nice to know it was there and how we could have gotten into that information to share with community as soon as possible. So I think rolling forward, knowing where those resources are and having the contracts that of course keeps your information confidential to the degree you need it to be, but at the same time, providing that assurance to community is critical for me. And I think the one question that's not been asked today is sort of the back end. We're learning a lot more of these systems. Folks don't know too much about supervisors, but we're jacks of all trades and really experts of none. And when we dive into an issue like this, you quickly become an expert on something like wildfire flooding or whatever other crisis may come your way. So as we're becoming experts around this particular area, I'm curious in terms of your end customer, right? You talked about ISO, you talked about how it's being managed through the state. So in the end, who's making decisions about how that energy is accessed and delivered out of the area, and who is actually purchasing that power from you at the end of that transmission that we might expect off that facility?
Where does the energy go?
Yeah, I can't actually say where every electron goes, but it is essentially for grid support. So that is the power quality, the stability of the grid, maintaining that 60 hertz and a rock solid grid. So that is what it's doing there. We're not connected to like a generation source that charges it up or discharges it. It is literally just there to support the grid. So I don't know where the electrons go, but what we are observing, particularly when CAISO is running it, is it doesn't mirror that sort of morning peak and evening peak. It is going up and down throughout the day, and there's many things that influence the grid at any given time. There could be congestion, there could be a forced outage on a key piece of equipment, there could be a problem anywhere, and it is there to support all of that. So I really don't have a better answer than that.
That's appreciated. The attempt is appreciated. I think for us, we're generalizing it in the frame that we know California is moving to a greener future that's primarily powered by solar energy and other forms of renewable is the goal for so many of our state leaders and our local board as well. And as we do that, these facilities are a critical point of making that a reality. We want to make sure that our communities are safe in how we achieve that future, and we want to make sure that they're voices are at the table, as was shared by Supervisor Askew and all of our colleagues up here. So we really appreciate the conversation. But as we look at broadening that net to define stakeholder, we just hope you'll work with us in partnership to make sure that that definition is as broad as possible, to make sure that everybody feels they have an understanding and a voice before we face another issue. And I don't want to be the person up here saying, well, guarantee me it will never happen, because I've been around long enough, county government long enough to know that things happen in ways that we can never have imagined. But now that we've experienced this, back to Supervisor Church's point about making sure that we're catastrophic model, right? We don't want to see, well, the most likely. We want to see worst case, given what we've just experienced, to best plan for the needs of our community given any future potential events. And so that's just more of a general comment. But again, appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Supervisors, for your excellent questions. And please let us know if you have time to come pay a visit and take a tour. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to open this up for public comment, and we're going to allow 2 minutes per speaker. I'm going to ask folks in room to come forward and folks via Zoom to use a raise hand function, *9 via landline, to be recognized. I'll begin with folks in the room. Anybody wish to make comment in room, please come forward now. This would be your time.
Hi there, I live in Moss Landing, downtown. I can see the plant from my house. I'm a quarter mile away. Having the plant go up in 2 weeks is rather rushed after listening to all the concerns. I don't feel safe there. I've been exposed twice, the 2022 and the Vistra fire. I've been evacuated. It's affected my business. I'm in the organic farming business. A lot of that plume went all over the crops. A lot of my customers don't want to work with me anymore because they don't trust the organic produce around the plant. That's my comment, and I would like them to wait until the cleanup is finished and it's really, the safety plan is really in place. I really don't feel safe there, but I can't afford to move.
Thank you. Next.
So I'm a local that lives in Prunedale, and I too have some concerns about this going up so quickly and about what was checked to make sure everything was safe for the second plant, the PG&E plant. I think a lot of us have been hurt by this, and this is why we keep showing up. And we appreciate all of you putting some thought into it. And perhaps maybe we can consider having some ordinances placed on the county level. I know that you guys said we're going forward with green energy, but there's also things that we can do on a local level before we clear things that will be built in the future. And if we can put those in there, and I love that you were talking about setting it up with, animal rescue and things like that, because there were so many things that were missed with this. And like I said, so many of us are still traumatized by this and have gotten so sick. And it does feel very quick to have something opened like that. But hopefully we can get some things in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in room? All right.
Hello, I am a local as well, and I am going to state what my two fellow neighbors have said. I don't think it should be turned back on until there has been an adequate cleanup and plan of action on how there can be aid for everything that has happened in our community, where there can be restoration. I think there should be a cleanup and restoration, and then a plan of action for if this does happen again, on how we can aid our communities. So I thank you for having these discussions. I hope they continue, and I will be back with a more bullet point presentation for my 2 minutes. But so the three things that I keep hearing and are definitely needed for people who have been affected, including myself and my home and my community members, are cleanup, restoration of our health, our plants, our soil, our water tables, people trying to find aid in the community with their health. Because if advisory letters are being sent out saying that these symptoms have nothing to do with what happened in the Moss Landing fire, and you want to turn it back on, and we know that we were affected, then we need to have actions in place for cleanup, restoration, and plans of actions to proceed with healthy food, healthy water, and no trespasses on our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? All right, then we're going to go to Zoom. I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk to take us through the callers on Zoom.
Yes, Aaron Ground.
Air and ground.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you. First, I want to address PG&E. PG&E has been negligent, and their negligence has caused dozens of fires that killed thousands of people over the past decade. So forgive me if I don't trust you. Now on to your air monitoring. The fact that you only have it at Elkhorn Slough and you don't have any air monitoring at the other sites further proves your negligence. You should have air quality monitoring at every site. You need to share that data with the County Board of Supervisors, and you need to share it with the County of Health, and you should share it with MBARD. But I wish I could trust MBARD because unfortunately, they never mentioned the minimal acute inhalation exposure of 0.02 parts per million, which was surpassed multiple times on the summary data that was provided. Now, I want PG&E to maybe tell me the difference between the service agreement you have with Tesla and the agreement you have with Vistra, because you have agreements with both parties. And lastly, I want to mention your pre-fire plan, version 1.3, which is up on your website. It's 50% redacted. You're going to need to have a lot more transparency for us to be trusting you. With that, I want to move on to the Vistra site. So for Vistra, I met with some community members, and we want to tell you what we need from Vistra. We need updated and complete evacuation plan, an analysis of wind dispersion and modeling as the basis of the evacuation plan with at least 4 scenarios. And it can't be just one stack burning for 30 minutes. It should be 100,000 batteries burning like the worst case scenario, which happened. We need a revised fire mitigation plan, as the others clearly did not work. We need proof that adequate equipment is present to put out fires. At least 2 on-site continual drones and monitors should be made public. You know, if you're going to be collecting data, make it public. We're able to understand that, many of us. An independent and publicly
We're at time.
accessible...
Thank you very much.
Okay,
we're going to go to the next speaker.
Michelle Clary.
Michelle?
When you guys are saying that you're working with North County, we also have been in talks with North County. They have no way to put your fire out. They don't have the option of using water. That would create a problem. They don't have any e-fire to put one battery out. So I think you guys should be supplying them with some e-fire. So if a battery goes up, they could put it out quickly. They don't have that. Not enough, one for one power wall or one e-bike, let alone any of your batteries on site. They do not know what they're doing. Also, I have animals. I had to evacuate. I'm in Royal Oaks, where that wind comes off the coast. It comes over our direction. I had to evacuate 4 trailers worth of animals to get them out of the toxic smoke and fog. A chemical fire is different than a regular fire where there's no fire creeping down. They do not know how to handle a toxic chemical fire. We had no evacuation orders in places for any of the animals to go. We had to find coverage ourselves. There was smoke that went as far as Hollister, up into San Jose, down into, down beyond Monterey. There is no safety for us with your batteries going on fire. This is 4 fires at this plant within 4 years. We've had enough. Telling us that you have an emergency plan in place of letting the fire burn out is not an emergency plan. Please put something in place that really shows the community that you guys know what you're doing with your batteries. And I still think your batteries are too close together. We saw that when those things they do explode. They can go from that mega pack to another mega pack if there's a blast. push them apart, really make sure that there's no issues. You know, do your due diligence and really make sure that we're safe here. Otherwise, we're going to sue you guys, just like we're suing you guys for the Vistra one. You guys are all liable for what you're doing there.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Next.
Philip?
Yes. Hello, my name is Philip Cronco. I have 30 years experience in the field of regulatory compliance. I am an expert in this field. So to hear that the word expert being utilized by the supervisors because they've read documents because of what has happened in the past year or so is very misleading. Get an advisory committee external so that they can review the documents. Because if you guys were experts in this field, you would already caught that PG&E is testing changing the design of their existing plant, changing batteries, changing different type of components because they're finding failures of their existing installation. That would mean they would need to be re-compliant to the existing new ordinance, which is the new NFPA 855 issued in 2023, which would require thermal runaway testing to UL 9540A. They stated, PG&E was very clear and just stated that the issue they had previously was due to thermal runaway. So they should be retested, recertified, and to the latest regulations in place. So that's something that the local supervisors can put in place on this ordinance. Don't let them open the facility until they are compliant to the latest regulations. They are changing the design. They're stating it openly that they're making changes, moving batteries, putting in new batteries. No one's checking the design. An expert in the field would know that any design changes to an existing structure, existing module needs to be reevaluated to ensure that they are still compliant to the new, to the current regulations. And that is key here, the current regulations, so that they have changed the design. They have changed aspects of their initial design. They need to be compliant to the latest regulations. Don't call yourself experts when you guys are not experts. We've been pushing for an external advisory committee. This needs to happen. This is clear information that the local supervisors do not know everything, and they need to reach out to local experts.
Thank you,
so they
Philip.
can
Your
get the
time
right
is up.
guidance.
Thank you, Philip. We're going to go to our next speaker.
Yes, Sheila?
Sheila?
Her mic's unmuted, but.
We don't have audio for you, Sheila. Oh, try again.
Yeah. I don't know how to do this.
If you have your speakers up, I think you need to turn them down, Sheila.
I can't. I don't know.
All right, we'll come back to you, Sheila. We're going to go to the next speaker and try you again.
Phone number ending in 902.
This is Nina Beatty. Do not turn on the PG&E Tesla plant. You cannot rely on safety from PG&E and Tesla. Their record is terrible. There's been no independent verification, no independent professional. Could you please turn off that microphone, please?
I don't know how to.
You're going to have to give me more time. There's been no independent verification, no independent professional engineer certification. You've heard the lack of safety measures, supervisors, this afternoon. Continuous air modeling only now. No data on the smoke until now, until after the fire. And unless there's a public consumer safety organization independent of the politicians, you have to turn it off and keep it off. You've heard false statements here. There's no hazard in the smoke. The animals and the people that have been injured and the lack of toxicologists on site tell you how demeaning this is. PG&E and Tesla have historic false and reckless statements and magical thinking. PG&E has repeatedly injured and killed people and destroyed communities and refused to repair their equipment. Newsom, Jerry Brown, and state governors and their allies are protecting and shielding PG&E from accountability, liability, and fixing problems. The replication of EPA equipment by PG&E is abominable, a huge mistake. We saw what happened during Fukushima. We are a sacrifice zone. I cannot believe that there's no toxicologist. But again, the county is not is trying to sweep this under the carpet. This saying this didn't cause injury and sickness. This is just appalling. And Supervisor Askew, you are willing to take the risk, maybe, but I'm not. And my community didn't sign up for this. This is a political issue for data centers and AI. Is PG&E even compliant now with state law as far as emergency plans, because they weren't before? And can we trust their assurances that they're compliant if they tell us they are? There need to be cleanup and restoration of homes and property, and this equipment has to stay off until the public has public organizations.
Thank you, Nina. We're over time. We're going to go to the next speaker. Thank you, Nina.
iPhone 107. Darcy Deanna.
Yes, this is me. Can you hear me?
We can, Darcy. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank all the supervisors for really showing up. This is the first time that I've experienced the impression that you're listening to us and that you're hearing us. So I first want to thank you for everything you've done to bring yourselves into present time with this issue. The second thing I want to say to PG&E is you have absolutely no concept in how you're affecting the communities that you are being paid to serve. You have no concept of how much too soon this is. You have misread the tolerance of the communities that you are claiming to serve. We are in a fast-paced evolution as community, as species, as energy-consuming human beings. Pace is crucial to our survival. Unfortunately, many things are being ignored. First of all, the nature of a human being relying on health to continue, relying on environment to continue. Please get accurate data front and center on our health survey. Should have been completed by now. All others that I know of who suffered have taken place in that health survey. I'm completely dismayed that those numbers are not available. To me, it's telltale that nobody wants to deal with the symptoms. Again, I want to thank our supervisors for continuing to stay engaged. And I absolutely agree that we need a comprehensive overview and planned coordination with PG&E, with the Tesla battery persons, corporation who are ultimately
Thank you,
responsible.
Darcy. We're at time. Thank you, Darcy. We're going to go to our next speaker.
Yes. Zoom user.
Zoom user.
Hello.
Yes, we've got
Hi,
you.
is it not? Oh, thank you. My name is Kim Solano. I own the Hot Enchilada in Moss Landing, and I'm a multi-generational family member here in Moss Landing over the last 50 years. I thank my Board of Supervisors. Oh gosh, I thank my community, all of you who are rallying for us. I am in complete agreement from everything that you have heard today from our neighbors and community members and people who care about the situation. I just want you to know, I just completely agree. And the situation has changed the course of my family's life. It is changing so many things about why we are here in this beautiful, pristine community that we all, share as a sanctuary. Everybody's community is a sanctuary, and we need to start thinking more about how to remedy the situations that are not so great that come out of this new technology. Thank you for listening to me. I agree with everybody that spoke today, and I appreciate all of your attention toward this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Next.
Yes, iPhone 107.
iPhone 107. Final call. Let's go to Sheila.
Looks like Sheila took her hand down. And nobody else has their hands raised.
I'll give you one more second, Sheila, if you still want to make a comment. I ask that you raise your hand now. There it is, Sheila Taylor. Let's go ahead and try this again, Sheila.
Hear me?
We can. Yes. Sheila, you need to unmute yourself again. You had it for a second.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't know how to do the technology. And I'm on the phone as well as on Zoom, so I'm not sure. My concern is about the June 1st opening. And I realize that we've been talking about Tesla, but Vistra sells power to PG&E also. So I was concerned about the safety and whether when they go back online June 1st, whether any of those Vistra batteries are being tapped into. That was my first thing. My second is I'm confused about AB 303, which we've been trying to get some safety protocols and some local government input. I think that hearing April 2nd was put on hold. I don't know when AB 303 will be voted on, but I wanted to make sure that if things are going to ramp up June 1st, that if AB 303 is passed with some extra safety and local participation, if it is passed after June 1st, basically is this Moss Landing plant going back on June 1st with the passage of AB 303 being effective immediately, but at an after date, would our plant not have to comply with whatever is in AB 303?
All right. Thank you, Sheila.
And iPhone 107.
iPhone 107, we'll give you one more shot here. iPhone 107, final call. Okay. With that, we're going to close public comment, bring it back to the dais. Final thoughts, Supervisor Church.
Thank you. We've had 4 incidents over the last 4 or 5 years over here, and I've heard promises, I heard guarantees that this can't happen, that can't happen, but unfortunately, they happen. And so those promises, those guarantees ring a little bit hollow to me because we have a bad track record out here. And that, I think, is why when this January 16th fire took place, we sent a letter from the county on January 22nd out asking both Vistra and PG&E to not reopen until the cause of the fire was determined. Now, I understand PG&E's argument here that you're a separate facility, you got a wall separating you, but your sensors shut down because there's a fire next door. So what happens next door does impact. And we need to know what's happening, Nick. Both entities need to know what's happening on the other side and needs to know that there is controls and the maximum safety that can be allowed at that point. And without that fire cause being determined, I know Vistra is doing an investigation. I know California Public Utilities Commission is doing an investigation. We had asked not neither to be opened up, and Vistra hasn't opened up their unburned batteries at this point. So it was disconcerting to hear with about 3 weeks notice or so that PG&E was going to open up their facility without any communication to us, without sharing to us what kind of timeline that you're on. You knew well in advance that of a week or so ago that you were going to be getting ready to open up. And it's that kind of sharing that kind of information, not just to us, but to the public, is what's necessary. So it feels a lot like we're having the same problem here, where there's not communication coming in. We don't know what's going on until the last minute. And that's basically what this feels like here at the last minute, coming in on January 1st. And that's not how you build a trusting relationship with a community or an industry. In addition, we asked that there be a catastrophic plan for an emergency plan put together, emergency action plan, as has been raised by speakers and other supervisors up here. We requested that too, and that hasn't been done. As became clear, is the Plume model hasn't even been shared with the county onto this. It looks like when I look at what your efforts you're doing, everything you're talking about is we're working with fire. I made a reference to this new and enhanced process that you were referring to earlier, and you're talking about a new and enhanced communication process with local fire and their support. Local fire is there for that actual emergency. We're there long afterwards. It's 4 months later. We're going to be into this probably into next year before this really gets resolved. I don't know if it's ever going to be resolved because there's unanswered questions. So, I understand the state does not require these kind of details in a catastrophic plan, but that's what we're needing here. And I understand, you're regulated as it's very clear in the first slide of your presentation by the CPUC, which commissioned you in 2018. We're a small player into that, but you're here in this community, you're here in this county, and you've got to take that extra step with both of these entities having, I'm just going to call it a poor track record over the last few years. So, again, our request, that letter, it feels like it's been ignored in many ways. Communication hasn't come back until the last minute. It hasn't gone to the community. We don't have an emergency response plan that's adequate at this time, and it's not satisfying. It's not comforting, and I just don't know where to go from here, actually, because we just had the biggest battery fire in the world take place a few months ago, and I don't see anything really changing on the story on how the communication is going about and how anything can be worked together, or how things can be made safer, or how things can be cleaned up. And I think that's probably about all I'm going to have to say, but I'm going to want to make a motion here at the end and that, we've had data that's come in from the community, from the state. We're doing some testing now. Was a rather vague analysis from a toxicologist some time ago. So I'm going to ask that by the time we have our next update, that the county engage a toxicologist to look at the multiple data that's been out there and give back a detailed report so we can have it for the next public hearing. And I'll make a motion at the end when we're done.
All right, other thoughts before we go to a motion? Supervisor Daniels.
Yes. One thing I want to make sure doesn't get lost in all of this was the presentation that we got from county staff and the website, in particular the GIS map, which was loaded. I guess it went live today. And I am very pleased to be able to see this, and it's a step in the right direction in terms of providing information. And just to piggyback on my colleague, one of the things that I think is really important to note is that we do feel in Monterey County like the guinea pigs. We feel like we are the ones who sort of had to experience the worst battery fire that's ever been had. And we then have been engaging in this process to try to figure out what that means and how that impacts our home environment, our health, our well-being. spaces in this county that we cherish because it's some of the most beautiful landscapes that we have. We heard from a person whose livelihood was impacted because her farm is there. And so what I think this requires is a sensitivity that doesn't just look at the facts and safety measures that are being employed, but also takes into consideration the experience we're having in Monterey County and being the first for, I mean, I know there have been other battery fires, but everyone in this room stood at the edge of the Moss Landing facility and watched that fireball for more than 24 hours, right? And then had it reignite. And we weren't ready, right? We didn't have the air monitoring at the time that we needed. And we didn't have in place what we needed to understand what was happening. So to piggyback on what Supervisor Church has said, I really appreciate everything that was presented by PG&E today. It is all 100% a step in the right direction in terms of being ready next time. But I think we are still at a point in time that we need to be sensitive to what the community needs and has experienced and where we are at as of now. And so, you know, it is time, I believe, to consider the opportunities that the grid has in other parts of California right now to get us through this period of time till we can feel ready. We were the guinea pigs on that side to be the guinea pigs going back online and just feeling like we need to be sensitive of when the appropriate time is for that. And I think what we're hearing in this room today is that we need the questions that we were asked and the requirements that we made in our letter to be fulfilled before we go back online.
All right, anything from this side of the dais? Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, last point I would make, though, I saw the governor's press release just yesterday, and he was touting how battery energy storage has gone up, I think, from 770 megawatts to 15,700 megawatts since he's been governor. That's the direction that's in Sacramento. That's where the governor and the legislature have made priorities to invest in battery storage systems, which is also part of our energy grid to avoid blackouts coming this summer to much warmer communities across California. But I just wanted to, just as my last statement, to say I think the legislature needs to continue to working. Senator has his bill, SB 283. Is that everything that should be done? Probably not. There probably should be more that could be inserted into that bill or other bills that need to tackle this issue. Other counties like San Diego have many power storage and battery storage facilities, much greater in number, perhaps not in size, but much greater in number throughout that county. So it's incumbent upon the governor and the legislature to keep pressing for the industry to incorporate the safest and the latest technologies to avoid what happened here and to keep our communities as safe as possible. Thank you.
All right, at this point, Supervisor Church, did you want to try to articulate a motion?
Yes, I'd like to have the county to engage a toxicologist to review the data that has been gathered and is being gathered, and report back with a detailed analysis by the next update.
Okay. Is there a second to that? Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any additional conversation? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Abstention? Motion carries. All right, with that, we've concluded this item. Thank you all very much for joining us for this update.
Mr. Chair, just where to our CAO, where would that be paid from? We don't want to hire people to do work without designating where that expenditure would come from.
Let me work with council on the logistics as well. I think there's a couple other questions that we have that we'd like to address, and then we'll work with our budget office also to identify those potential resources once we have the parameters and scoping that we're looking at.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
And with that, we're going to jump into item 20, which is continued from February 25th. It's a public hearing to consider final EIR with a specific project on Harper Canyon, and I'm going to send that over to Mr. Spencer to kick us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, supervisors, CAO staff, and the public. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I am going to pull up my presentation. I don't see it available on the screen here. Oh, all right. Switch my view. Thank you for that. All right. I am here to present on the Harper Canyon Encina Hills subdivision project. This is item 20 on the board's agenda. This is a 17-lot residential subdivision off San Venancio Road and Harper Canyon Road in the Toro area of unincorporated Monterey County. It's 17 lots on approximately 344 acres. This project has a history that goes back over 20 years. It involved an EIR and revisions to the EIR. Ultimately, the Board of Supervisors in 2015 adopted a resolution to approve the project. That decision went into litigation. There were appeals of the lower court's ruling, and ultimately a decision was provided by the appellate courts or the Superior Court that we needed to do additional work to address wildlife corridors. With that ruling, the applicant's representatives requested that the county engage in updating the environmental impact analysis and the wildlife corridor analysis as directed by the court. The board rescinded the 2015 approval as it related to the wildlife corridor issue while we studied the wildlife corridor impacts. And we have released updated information and are back in front of the board today. Today's action would be to consider the final supplemental EIR. That includes the prior EIR work as supplemented by the wildlife corridor issue. We ask that you reinstate the 2015 approval with modifications that reflect the updated wildlife corridor and environmental documentation information, and the revised conditions and mitigation monitoring and reporting plans. So that 2015 approval stays, except that it's updated with the relevant information. Because this has been decided by the courts, the review that we're focused on today is limited to the wildlife corridor issue. All other topics and resource categories have been decided on and litigated over, so the focus really is on wildlife corridor issues today. So in studying the wildlife corridor issues, the county contracted with Denise Duffy and Associates to prepare a wildlife corridor and camera trap study. There were a number of cameras placed throughout the site based on biologists' information, including trails, riparian areas, and natural drainage courses. Those cameras were moved based on real and observed information and data. SCAT and other things were observed, and cameras were ultimately placed and were up for over a year. Those cameras recorded movement of various wildlife species, and they're reported on as focal species within the study. Those focal species were bobcat, coyote, fox, deer, mountain lion, and wild pigs. The image on the right here shows a heat map of all those focal species sightings, with the redder being the more dense areas and the light yellow being the sparser sightings, so the number of sightings of all the focal species within the area. The wildlife camera trap study was made part of the analysis in the updated supplemental draft EIR. There was potentially significant impacts were identified to wildlife corridors. This is a wildlife corridor that connects the Fort Ord National Monument with Toro Park and areas south of that in the Santa Lucias. There is a known undercrossing under Highway 68 just south of the community of Toro Park that has been documented to be a place where some of those focal species connect to different habitat areas and open spaces in the National Monument and Toro Park areas. So that was identified in the EIR. There was mitigation applied to reduce those impacts to a less than significant level. That document with those provisions focused on the wildlife corridor issue was circulated for public comment, and we did receive a number of comments. Those comments were responded to in the final EIR. This is the final supplemental EIR that goes with the previous EIR again. We did make revisions to the proposed mitigation language. We made sure that those mitigations have performance measures and outcomes that were projected to protect wildlife corridors and other species that were identified based on comments. We did develop various responses to a number of the comments, and some of which are repeated in some of the comments you've received before the hearing today. Some of that included the cumulative impact analysis and alternatives consideration. When we did the review, we looked at what the former EIR had in cumulative impacts and alternatives analysis and determined that no significant updates were required based on the new wildlife corridor issues. So prior to the February meeting where the board continued this item to today's date, we did receive additional comments from California Department of Fish and Wildlife and others on the potentially continued significant effects on wildlife corridors, including human and wildlife conflicts by placing residential structures within a corridor. We also had a number of comments from Meyer Community Group regarding the interpretation of the court orders, the definition of the corridor, and cumulative and deferred mitigation again. Again, those were responded to in the final EIR, but we did continue the hearing so that we could consult with California Department of Fish and Wildlife on some potential improvements to the proposed mitigations. We did that. Staff met with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We'd like to thank them for their time. We provided a, I'm going to show this on next screen. We provided an illustration of what we believe, it's conceptual illustration of what the corridor mitigation could be. That is, the green areas show the permeability through the site in areas that are over 100 meters in width. So this includes modifying some of the potential future building locations on each lot to maximize the width of the corridors through the site. I would, looking back at the heat map, point out that the area in the bottom right that isn't full of lines and parcels on the map, that is what is dedicated, to be dedicated as part of this project, over 160 acres as open space to Toro Park. That is one of the locations going in through lots 15, 16, where the most dense occurrences occurred. And that happens to be where there's a blue line continuing from around lot 16 down towards where the undercrossing exists on Highway 68. So we did put an emphasis on keeping that corridor intact so wildlife could use that remainder parcel, cross through and into that natural vegetated drainage ditch. And as you'll see, there are a number of lines beyond the edge of the 17-lot subdivision. Those are what have been referred to in past as existing lots or broccoli lots. Those are lots of record. They're not part of the subdivision, in between lots 17 and 10 and in that kind of odd shape there. The applicant is representing the owner of those lots, and they are in agreement to extend the wildlife corridors through those sites. So we've applied a condition of approval to this project that would require the execution of conservation easements across those sites so that the connectivity between the undercrossing and the forward habitat and Toro Park is retained through the proposed and existing lots. We also made a number of changes to the mitigation measures in consultation with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I will bring those up in just a moment so you can see the revisions we made. But I think before I get into this, we do have the mitigation, and if I could share my screen through Zoom, I would appreciate that. IT is listening. I'm logged into the Zoom as a panelist. While we're waiting on that, never mind. The mitigation measure on the screen is a little busy because it has some underline and strikeout, which were the revisions we made in response to comments as part of the final EIR from the draft EIR. But what we've highlighted in yellow are some of the changes we made in consultation with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And we are, again, getting at some of the reduction in human-wildlife conflicts across the site. We did modify the language about where and to what width the wildlife corridors would be, so adding the maximum width possible, but no less than 100 meters through the sites, and as many as possible, and connecting to the extent feasible those open spaces, including through the existing lots of record. We made the measures, we changed should and encouraged to shall in several cases. We also, so after the consultation, and I should mention that we have been in continued discussions with Fish and Wildlife. They are asking for additional time to review the updated mitigation language I'm sharing today and the conceptual map. They do still have concerns about the impacts on the wildlife corridor, and they have not had enough time to really provide clear direction internally through their channels back to the county on the revised mitigation language. But in sort of a preliminary effort to get us back some information prior to today's date, they did make some suggestions. One of those suggestions was to make clear the criteria for wildlife-friendly lighting. That's what we're showing in green here. This comes from guidance provided by, I think, I'll ask our consultant, but I think it's a wildlife biologist specialist. Going back to the yellow, we made additional changes to the mitigation that require education of future property owners that do things like prevent feeding of wild animals, encourage people to clean their barbecues and keep their pets indoors, and to provide deer-proof or wildlife-proof receptacles for garbage, compost, and recycling. We are not encouraging but requiring wildlife fencing when it goes in the areas that could be developed. Again, those corridors would have nothing developed except subdivision infrastructure, and a wildlife expert would be weighing in on how to ensure permeability through those sites. And we prohibited the keeping of livestock like chickens, alpacas, goats, sheep, and pigs, because they can be an attractant to wildlife. So with those revisions, we believe that the mitigation measure is improved. We've shown an illustration of what the wildlife corridor could look like. And IT, I'm sorry to do this, but if you could put the presentation back up, I can stop sharing. With those suggestions, staff is recommending that the board certify the final supplemental EIR, reinstate the 2015 approval with the amendments to reflect the changes with the environmental information and wildlife corridor, and adopt the revised mitigation monitoring and reporting plan as I've just shown it, including the lighting information. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Any questions before we go to our presentations? I'm going to go to Supervisor Daniels.
Just one question as I'm looking at the heat map, and then if others are presenting, this may be something that can be addressed as well. But looking at the heat map and lot 16, what mitigation measures addressed that densely located, that area that seems to have a more dense level of wildlife coming through? I guess, how do you address that? It looks like it's sort of smack dab in the middle of the lot.
Yeah, so this is one of the things that we've struggled with a little bit. I'll go back to map submitted and some of the comments. So the map here was showing kind of the general swath of area. This is a large area. It's an expanse of rolling hills and terrain and vegetation. You can see with the various colors here that this kind of flag shape sticks into the corridor. But when we go back to the heat map and the actual information we have identified in the camera trap studies, we see the most concentration coming from Toro County Park area through this remainder property and down this drainage course, which is actually, as you go off the side of the map, where the undercrossing is to connect. So that makes some sense. So we did have discussions about how you could reorganize these properties, but really what we did with the information we had available is require that the applicant provide the greatest widths possible. And this mitigation measure requires a wildlife corridor expert to review all of this information and provide more detailed and specific recommendations on exactly where the boundaries will be. It also requires those boundaries to be reflected on the final map before it gets approved. So those will be recorded as open space where no development can occur. So as you're looking at this remainder parcel, this green area, which has been extended beyond the parcel boundary under the conditions we've put forward, would capture a course that is a valley. You can see by some of the topography, the building sites are kind of located on ridges or hilltops in the valleys, and I can actually show photos here. In these drainage courses and valleys, this is where the vegetation cover occurs. This is showing that particular drainage course where over 300 feet on both sides of that would be dedicated for wildlife corridor movements. So we expect that through the wildlife corridor study that will continue to be a significant part of the permeability of the site, and the building sites would be located up on the hill. So the distance is one straight line that doesn't include topography on this other map in 2 dimensions, but it's actually more when you get out there and see the topography.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions at this time, what we're going to do is we're going to give 10 minutes to the applicant, 10 minutes to the Meyer Group's representative, and then 5 minutes to CDFW in that order. And so we'll go ahead and begin with our applicant here. You have 10 minutes on the timer when you begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just ask the clerk to please pull up our presentation.
I think I can do that.
That looks promising. Thank you, Craig. And good afternoon, Chair Lopez, Vice Chair Askew, members of the board. My name is Matt Francois. I'm with Rattan and Tucker, and along with my co-counsel, Mike Kling, who is here today, we are the land use attorneys for the applicant. Our clients are in attendance by Zoom. And first, I want to thank staff for their very thorough and comprehensive report. We fully concur with the staff recommendation to certify the supplemental EIR and reinstate the project approvals. Mr. Spencer provided a lot of good information regarding the project and wildlife corridors. I'll try not to repeat that, but just summarize some key points. We also sent a letter to the board on Thursday responding to some of the more recent comment letters that the county received, and attached to that letter was a peer review study by Helix Environmental, agreeing fully with the methodologies and conclusions of the county's consultant, DD&A. Next slide, please. So that, as you're well aware, this property has been planned and zoned for residential uses going back to 1968 when our clients first purchased the property. It stayed residential through the 1982 plan and also the 2010 plan. The only change was it went from 1 lot minimums to 5 lot minimums, but the project is 17 lots on 344 acres, so well exceeds any sort of restrictions imposed on development. It's 1/4 the density allowed on the site. As Mr. Spencer noted, and we believe this is a major public community benefit, 154 acres of the site will be dedicated to the county for an expansion of Toro Park. To put that in perspective, a project of this size requires a parkland dedication of about 2/10 of an acre. So 2/10 of an acre is the requirement, 154 acres is what's being provided. And when you factor in all the different conditions that are imposed on the project, the scenic corridor easements, the wildlife corridors, other restrictions on oak woodlands, about 90% of this property, and counting the 154 acre dedication, 90% of this property will be left untouched, open space, not developed. Next slide, please, Greg. Here's a copy of the approved tentative map from back in April of 2015. It's the same tentative map. The red dots show the approximate home site locations. We know based on further analysis that was done through the SEIR that those will need to shift and move to protect the wildlife corridors. And I would just point out on the southern end of the site, adjacent to the remainder parcel, you have about 80 homes immediately adjacent to this property. You have the Rimrock subdivision down there to the north of the site. To the west of the site, you have the Harper subdivision, and then a little bit further, I got my directions mixed up, I'm sorry. North is the Rimrock subdivision. Even further north are the Meyer lots, which are about 7 to 10 lots. Next slide, please. So the project EIR we've heard was upheld except for wildlife corridors. It's final as to all those issues. The Toro Creek undercrossing we heard explained about. That's fed by Harper Creek, and where Harper Creek joins Toro Creek is the undercrossing. Neither of those creeks are located on the site. The undercrossing is actually located near the Farini Ranch site, and that 185-unit project was approved with mitigation requiring 200-foot setbacks. These project lots are located 4,000 feet or more from the undercrossing. Next slide, please. I sent my colleague down to take a picture of the undercrossing. It flows in an east-west direction. Those are the remnants of the creek there. So you follow the Toro Creek to the Salinas River going east, and going west, those drainages lead up. The Toro Creek continues to the west to Laguna Seca, but then it also goes upstream on Harper Creek. And again, none of these creeks are on the site, but this provides wildlife passage. And for point of reference, that crossing there, and it's a key crossing for wildlife, is about 100 feet. Next slide, please. Here again is a map of the lots showing the creeks going down to the undercrossing, the dedication parcel, and also the project lots. Next slide then. Quick picture of the Farini property. We can move on to our next slide. And as staff has explained, the only issue now we're back before you on is wildlife corridors. Many of the comments you received dealt with issues other than wildlife corridors, so I'll just focus on the results of the study. This study that was done here really is above and beyond. It's a model of study and mitigation. In my experience, 30 years as a land use attorney, 6 cameras were strategically placed throughout the property. They tracked the wildlife movement for 6 months. That's 1,080 camera trap days. They took it to the next step and prepared heat maps. Of all the focal species, or all the species that they looked for, the fewest number of species that they found were mountain lions, 14. And most of those were found on a camera on the remainder parcel that's going to be dedicated to the county and not developed. Next slide. This is showing, Craig showed you earlier, camera 2L1 near that lot 16 that Supervisors Daniels asked about. That was for all species, was a hot spot, but for mountain lions, it was camera 3L1 down on the remainder parcel. So the SEIR concluded that the project may impact wildlife corridors, and then mitigation measures were imposed to reduce those impacts to less than significant. That 154-acre parcel creates a 1,500-foot wide corridor for wildlife movement. That's about 5 football fields laid end to end, and it's 4 times the size amount deemed necessary by expert biologists. And you have additional restrictions on being away from the drainages, wildlife-friendly fencing and lighting, crossing structures for safe animal passage, and then critically, the implementation of that wildlife corridor plan with designated open space areas for wildlife passage. So those are the green areas on the map that Mr. Spencer showed you previously. And I think this is I applaud staff and DD&A for preparing this map and showing it to you. As they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. And this mitigation, to get to Supervisor Daniels' question about Lot 16 and what mitigation is proposed for that. So those green swaths essentially are the areas where no development will be allowed, or no structures will be allowed to occur. You could have subdivision improvements, but not structures themselves. And so the home sites will have to shift as a result of the demonstrated wildlife corridors on the site. So we fully concur with staff and their expert consultant that the SEIR should be certified and the project approvals reinstated. The analysis is supported by ample substantial evidence, a wildlife camera trapping study, the draft SEIR, the final SEIR, the peer review report prepared by Helix, and then your expert county planning staff analysis. The approval of the project, of course, fully conforms with state housing laws. It's consistent with planning and zoning designations, and it far exceeds the mitigation that was imposed on the Farini Ranch project. Now, you'll likely hear that that project's been acquired for conservation, and that is true, but it was that same project, that 185-unit project, was approved by the board in 2014, and the approvals were extended in 2022, and it had dozens of homes in very close proximity to the undercrossing, and the mitigation that's imposed on this project far surpasses the mitigation that was imposed on Farini. In conclusion, we believe all findings for approval can continue to be made. It's a very light development footprint. Approximately 90% of the land will remain undeveloped open space. Minimal grading and tree removal. Homes will be situated outside the viewshed corridors. Wildlife corridor easements will be provided on and off site. And this is a point I hadn't mentioned, but I will emphasize now that we do appreciate the responses and the comments from CDFW. We take their comments very seriously. We were able to participate in those conversations. We supported the preparation of the conceptual wildlife corridor plan, and the question was asked, will your client agree to extend the conservation easements onto lots that are not part of this project? And our client has agreed to do that. So there'll be mitigation not only on-site for this project, but off-site as well, maintaining that full, unobstructed corridor between the site and the undercrossing. And then, of course, you have the substantial public benefit in that 154 acres are going to get dedicated to the county for an expansion of the park. I'd be happy to answer any questions you would have. I would make a request for a minimal amount of time of rebuttal if that's appropriate after you get from public comment. And if that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Typically, rebuttal time is built into your 10 minutes. Unfortunately, you've utilized all of that. So at this point, we'll go to our next presenter. On behalf of the Meyer Group, I believe we have Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Chair Lopez, members of the board. Can I answer any questions that the board members may have?
Questions at this time?
Okay.
None.
I'm going to first address a couple issues. One is the conceptual corridor map. This is new. I sent a letter asking that the FSEIR with the conceptual plan, with the changes in the mitigation measures, be recirculated. The question is, why wasn't the conceptual corridor plan map attached to the SDEIR or the FSEIR? When was it prepared? Who prepared it, and how was it prepared? They talk about aerial this, they talk about that. All that was available prior to the SDEIR coming out. So why was the conceptual map delayed so much, is the question. Secondly, the Court of Appeal opinion is quite clear that the court mandated the preparation, circulation, and consideration under CEQA of a legally adequate environmental impact report. Now, I have never seen an environmental impact report that does not have an alternative analysis and a cumulative impact analysis. And it's interesting, the cumulative impact analysis is now brought in to this situation because the applicant has agreed to permit the corridors and the corridor openings to run through its property. the property adjacent to the subject property that's part of the tentative map approval was never considered in the FEIR and the SDEIR. Never. So the question is, how can you have a legally adequate EIR without an alternative analysis and without a cumulative impact analysis? They argue that the cumulative impact and alternative analysis is covered in the 2015 EIR that was approved. I would suggest that it isn't. I've reviewed all the pages of both alternative and cumulative impact analysis, and nothing is stated there about the impacts to the wildlife corridor and animal movement. And furthermore, the court in its direction noted that the county has concluded without any study or supporting documentation that the layout will be sufficient for the wildlife corridor. What the court is saying there is that the underlying 2015 environmental impact report did not study, assess, or evaluate the wildlife corridors and the impacts to it. That's the bottom line and that's the bottom line from the Court of Appeal, and that's what the EIR is supposed to be addressing. Now, specifically to the adequacy of the FSEIR. First, the environmental setting. It doesn't identify corridors. It defers the identification of the corridors to after the project is approved. That's what 3.3-8F is doing. And that mitigation measure specifically asks for the identification of the corridors. The Court of Appeal wanted that part of the environmental setting to determine the impact assessment to this project. The environmental setting fails to acknowledge that the area of the subdivision is the sole remaining migratory pathway, specifically in the pathway, and CDFW talks about the impacts. In fact, CDFW recommended in their subsequent letter that the project should be moved completely to one end of the project site. The environmental setting doesn't investigate the adjacent broccoli lots, doesn't mention it at all. Fails to discuss special status mountain lions. And it fails to identify this 26-acre remainder parcel that could be important for lot movements in a alternative analysis. The impact assessment is defective because the environmental setting is defective. Revised mitigation measure 3.3-8F. It's being revised for the second time in the staff report. There is no evidence in the staff report or the FSEIR that the mitigation measure should be deferred because it's infeasible or impractical. In fact, we know now that with the conceptual plan that they have, that the WCP, the Wildlife Corridor Plan, should be done, and there's no excuse for it not to be done before the approval of the project. I mean, think about it. Why would the wildlife corridor be delayed to after the project approval when there's no oversight and no public participation? And it's after the WCP is done, that's where you're going to get your building envelopes identified. Not going to be identified before the WCP is undertaken. Like I said, there's no alternative analysis and there's no cumulative impact analysis. So in my view, the environmental impact report is defective as a matter of law. The environmental setting is inadequate. The no alternative analysis, no cumulative impact analysis, and mitigation measure 3.38-8F that they're relying on should not be deferred. There's no evidence in the record that it's infeasible or impractical to do that report now. Thank you.
All right, at this point, we'll welcome up the folks from CDFW. We'll give them 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and members of the Board of Supervisors and members of the public. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on behalf of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, or CDFW. My name is Jeremy Pullman, Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor for CDFW, and I'm here today with Zach Mills, Environmental Scientist in our Wildlife Unit, and one of our local experts on wildlife connectivity. Today, I wish to discuss the Harper Canyon project and its proposed development location within the corridor between two large, intact natural landscapes on either side of State Route 68. The project site lies within the wildlife corridor that connects Fort Ord National Monument and other wildlife habitat north of State Route 68 to the Santa Lucia Mountains via Toro Regional Park. The corridor is an essential habitat linkage and movement corridor for many species, including mountain lion and California tiger salamander, which are species listed under the California Endangered Species Act. The proposed project would degrade that linkage and further isolate the habitat and wildlife populations north of State Route 68. As such, CDFW previously submitted a comment letter to Monterey County and the board on April 11, 2025 to be considered for this public hearing today. And I would like to take a moment to highlight portions of this letter and further reiterate CDFW's ongoing concerns that the project would significantly impact wildlife connectivity. As detailed within recent studies and research in the area and acknowledged by wildlife connectivity experts, any proposed development within this corridor that isn't specifically focused on limiting connectivity impacts could completely isolate wildlife populations and disrupt this critical habitat linkage. Recognizing the importance of this wildlife corridor, state agencies and local and nonprofit entities are actively implementing conservation and remediation projects to ensure this corridor remains intact. The project, as currently proposed, does not reduce connectivity impacts to the extent feasible and would permanently disrupt wildlife movement in the most viable remaining habitat linkage, which would inhibit genetic and demographic rescue, reduce genetic diversity, constrain gene flow, and ultimately contribute to less resilient populations over time. Increasingly, we are seeing in California and elsewhere that this type of habitat fragmentation is causing adverse inbreeding effects and local losses of wildlife. And some of the most prominent examples are the Santa Monica Mountains and Santa Ana Mountains in Southern California. And we could draw many parallels to the Fort Ord National Monument. It's also important to note that the siting of the current 17 lot development and narrow corridors within the larger project site are likely to significantly increase the potential for human-wildlife conflict, specifically mountain lions residing within or moving through the subdivision, posing real or perceived human safety issues, which can lead to depredation events of lions. This would further degrade the habitat linkage over time as well. CDFW recognizes the wildlife connectivity was evaluated and the supplemental EIR and mitigation measures were proposed, including measures such as an approximately quarter-mile wide open space easement and implementation of the WCP, or Wildlife Corridor Plan. Additionally, as detailed in attachment A of the board report, Monterey County staff consulted with CDFW on May 5th, 2025 for additional recommendations to further mitigate for potential impacts and also to redo the conceptual figures. While CDFW appreciates and acknowledges these additional efforts to reduce impacts, the updated measures detailed in attachment B and the conceptual corridor figures detailed in attachment K do not adequately address CDFW's concerns. Ultimately, the measures proposed do not adequately mitigate for the landscape level impacts or acknowledge the extent of preservation needed within the project footprint to mitigate for potential long-term effects of the project. In conclusion, the corridor where the project is located plays a crucial role in maintaining population-level ecological connectivity in the region, and the current project site is likely to significantly impact wildlife populations, jeopardizing ongoing conservation efforts, and increasing the potential for human-wildlife conflict. CDFW appreciates the discussions that occurred on May 5th pertaining to the Wildlife Corridor Plan and recommends that these discussions continue to further minimize the impacts associated with the project and to refine what ultimately gets incorporated in the plan. If these discussions are not allowed to continue prior to the board's action on the project, then CDFW recommends the board not approve the project as currently proposed. CDFW will also provide additional comments to Monterey County and the board after this hearing today to further highlight our concerns with the siting of the project, inadequacy of the proposed mitigation measures, and to recommend the project footprint be further consolidated. And with that, I just wanted to thank you all for your time.
All right, at this time, see if there's questions. If not, I'd like to go out to the public, but I'll start here and see if there's questions. Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. This is for the CDFW. Thank you so much for coming here today. The question I have is there's been reference made to Farini Ranch. There's been reference made to the 1982 general plan, to the 2010 general plan, to the period of time when this project was originally approved. Do we know more now about some of the specific things that you're talking about, genetic isolation, et cetera, that we did not know at that time? Or is this something you commented on before in previous projects? What's the difference in 2025 and you're coming here today at this point in time on this project?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, and I'll turn it over to Zach here in just a sec to provide some additional input. But certainly, I mean, as our technical abilities progress, right, over the decades, our ability to use things like modeling, we do learn, more about, whether it be connectivity or the resources that we regulate. But we have, previously commented on the supplemental, on the draft EIR. We commented as well as on the notice of preparation, and I believe we, have also commented on the DEIR that was prepared back in 2015. So we have acknowledged the importance of this area for quite some time, and I'll hand it over to the technical expert for some more input.
Yeah, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. To answer your question, I really want to emphasize, yes, we're always learning about these things locally and nationally abroad. And we really are in the age of connectivity right now as it's relevant to Monterey County. What's really changing over the past 25 years is habitat fragmentation and urbanization. If you look at 68 and how it's changed, more and more development makes these corridors, these linkages, much more important, one, but threatened too by a development that's encroaching kind of from all sides. And I think that's the crux of the challenge with this particular project is we're speaking two different languages. We're speaking of micro scale and we're speaking of macro scale. And what CDFW is talking about is the macro scale. Population linkages from the Santa Lucia Mountains that go, clear down south to Fort Ord to the north. The project development map that we're seeing is presented on a micro scale. And what we know, what we've learned over the past 25 years as biologists is that the macro wildlife linkages are key to maintain those thriving populations genetically of scores of animals, frankly. And what we do know and what we've learned is that these micro scales, so small drainage is passing through properties, that's not adequate to meet the needs of large scales of populations of multi-taxa. So I'm not necessarily just referring to mountain lions or bobcats or charismatic animals, but multi-taxa across the entire system. That said, one more piece that I would add to that is what we also know and what we're continuing to learn is that a development, a house, a structure is not simply the size of the development, right? So if we say that this house and this micro corridor, we're still providing the habitat, we're providing the corridor, that house has a buffer around it that also shapes animal movement. And the more and more we look at contemporary research, particularly out of Southern California, we see that those developments, it's almost like got this invisible shield. Animals will approach them and then they'll move away, whether it's the lights or it's a phone call or it's barking, it's someone playing basketball in their front yard. Animals move. And that's why these large intact swaths of habitat are essential to keep those populations linked in a way that enables free movement between the two habitats.
Okay, thank you.
So follow up on that, I think the proposal said that we're talking about 300 yards on either side of the drainage side, 600 yards, 6 football field wide. Given the data that you've seen, you're saying that's insufficient based on the opinion of the department?
The most appropriate publication I can reference is that for these linkages, again, I'm talking macro scale, these linkages, it's 2 kilometers. And I can cite that, the author of that off the top of your 2020. And so that's, again, I'm talking macro, I'm talking population level linkage. I'm not talking that pathway that one single individual animal goes from food to bedding to shelter. I'm talking about the population trying to link 2 large habitats. The literature would say 2 kilometers.
Even for the extent of like a quarter mile, which we're looking at.
Can you repeat that?
So even for the extent of like a quarter mile, which we're talking about, right? We're talking about a narrow point and then opening up. So are we talking about, is there a length on that or just a width?
I'm referring to the whole hourglass linkage that you're talking about, and the width of that linkage being 2 kilometers would be the peer-reviewed estimate on that size.
And just also what we recommended previously on the draft supplemental EIR, and then we also provided follow-up comments prior to the hearing today, where trying to maintain, unfortunately the project site falls within that 2 kilometer corridor. So trying to maintain as much of that as possible as is feasible. Thank you.
All right, then with that, we're going to go out to the public for public input on this item. We're going to give folks 2 minutes each to share comment with us. We'll start with folks in room, then we'll go to Zoom. So if there's anybody in room, we invite you forward now.
Thank you, Chairman Lopez and board members. My name is Rachel Saunders, and I'm with Big Sur Land Trust. As you know, we are property owners in this area, have investments in this region at Marks Ranch, just northeast of the project site, and are currently in the process of trying to permanently conserve Farini Ranch, which shares a border with this development in coordination with the Trust for Public Land. Focused on preserving this wildlife corridor. I couldn't say it any better than the Department of Fish and Wildlife here. So we want to express our appreciation for them coming to this meeting. It does my heart good, I have to say, to stand here and have a discussion at the Board of Supervisors about wildlife connectivity. This has become an increasingly big issue across the state of California. This is an incredibly important corridor area along Highway 68. I can't stress this enough. It's vitally important to raise the profile of this, raise it as a priority. The other thing that's changed in the last decade is the increasing impacts of climate change and those stresses that places on wildlife populations. As our Department of Fish and Wildlife mentioned, the impacts go beyond just the individual houses on wildlife movement. And while we appreciate the strides that have been made, we feel like we're kind of in the middle of the story on this wildlife corridor plan. And we really support the department's request for additional time to work with the proponent to try and develop a robust wildlife corridor plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Anybody else in the room? All right, seeing nobody coming forward, we're going to go to Zoom. I see we have some hands up.
Michelle Clary.
Michelle?
She used to live in Hamilton. So we had large amounts of cats and mountain lion. But when you talk about a development like this and you say we're not going to have chickens and goats, but we're going to have cattle and horses, those are also going to bring in bobcat and mountain lions over to those areas. So it will change where they want to migrate because it's a food source. horses are predatory, right? And they're prey animals. Ranchers that have cattle, if they have calves or different things, the mountain lions go after them. Rattlesnakes on the top of hill sites, again, they will be up there, and a homeowner with a baby or a dog that's about to get attacked will kill them. So I think, you shouldn't really put any plan through without actually seeing where those lot lines and what kind of fencing they're going to put up and whatever those areas are going to be to actually see, because someone has horse, they're going to probably want to put up some heavy duty kind of fencing to keep mountain lions away. And that's going to stop deer, from going through, or if you're putting deer fencing around, or you're putting some fencing to keep your dog from getting eaten by one of those animals, a coyote, it is going to change movement of any kind of wildlife that's coming around there. They will come up. They're going to come up if there's a pool. They're going to come up if there's outside water dishes. So again, I think it's, you have a big, beautiful site up there, but, until you have like what that site looks like and what those houses are going to look like with that footprint, I think it's a dangerous thing just to approve. Good luck.
Thanks, Michelle. We'll go to the next speaker.
Brenda Rubio.
Brenda.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lopez and members of the board. My name is Brenda Rubio, representing the Trust for Public Land. And for over 50 years, TPL has recognized the critical need to protect natural lands and wildlife corridors in this region, just like this one. And the nearly 15,000-acre Fort Ord National Monument is ecologically critical as it connects to Toro County Park, Marks Ranch, and other irreplaceable habitats. Maintaining wildlife movement between these lands is essential for regional ecological health and the climate resilience for communities, as Rachel mentioned. As outlined in letters you received from CDFW and Big Sur Land Trust, the proposed Harper Canyon subdivision cannot proceed as designed without causing significant and permanent adverse impacts to this wildlife corridor. We urge the Board of Supervisors not to approve this project in its current form. The final supplemental environmental impact report has critical deficiencies, and we recommend that the county consult further with CDFW to revise the project and avoid irreversible harm to this corridor. In partnership with the Big Sur Land Trust, TPL has recently acquired the adjacent Perni Ranch, and we're working to protect this critical portion of the same wildlife corridor. In Rutan's and Tucker's letter on behalf of the developer, it was stated that the number of mountain lions using the site for movement purposes is, in quote, sparse. However, since the beginning of this month, we have captured 2 different images of mountain lions using this corridor, and this supports the findings of the Connectivity for Wildlife study. It is rare for TPL to comment directly on development proposals. However, irreplaceable wildlife resources are at stake, and as currently designed, the development will also undermine tremendous public investments of Fort Ord National Monument and other nearby public and protected lands. Thank you again for your serious consideration of these concerns.
Thank you, Brenda. Next. All right, I see no more hands raised. Final call. Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Additional comments or questions from the dais? Supervisor Askew.
So I just want to make sure I understand. I think that I'm looking at page 9 of attachment J on my screen. So I'm not sure where that is on the presentation. But so the issue of population access between the Fort Ord National Monument and Toro County Park needing to be wide enough so that the species can connect population-wise between the 2 points. Is it just this lot 17 that squeezes that down?
Not sure if that's a question for staff.
I guess that's a question for someone.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who that's for.
It's
If you're going to comment, please come forward to the mic so all the folks participating in the record can capture it appropriately. Thank you.
I think your question was about parcel 17 in particular.
Parcel 17 in particular.
Is there any chance that you can pull the map up just so we can reference it? Regardless, it's not just that parcel we're referring to. We're referring to the expanse across the entire linkage.
The expanse across the entire linkage.
That's correct.
So the concern that, okay.
So at 2 kilometers, it would be essentially the width of the entire
Would be
project.
the entire project. Okay. So so there's another site, another page here where it has sort of wildlife movement, but it's limited to sort of a section that touches site 17. So, but you're talking about the entirety of
Are you referring to the camera trap that says that there were wildlife documented there in site 17?
No, I mean, it looks like there's documentation sort of throughout, but okay. So that was one question, and then the other. So if we were to approve what's in front of us today, which our staff are telling us is sufficient from like a legal perspective, the need then would be for each individual site as it's coming forward to be approved, that each individual property plan would have to be addressed for limiting the site the property development would have to be limited such that it allows for species to cross the property in such a way that it isn't limiting. And what I hear you saying is that would be less than ideal. And would limit development extensively on each of those sites, that the ideal situation would be to change the structure of how the sites are organized.
Yeah, thank you.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding what the request is.
So if certainly in past comment letters and our general recommendation would be to site these lots as far away outside of this, large, approximately 2 kilometer wide corridor as feasible. However, we have been having recent conversations with Monterey County staff about, well, if there were to be development within these lots, are there other ways to preserve as much habitat as possible within the larger lot? And so those are some of the conversations we were having. However, I think those conversations would need to continue. Yes, the general recommendation would be to try to site the lots and the homes as far as feasible outside of this corridor. And Craig, if you wouldn't mind, you actually had a really good figure documenting a different perspective on the landscape level corridor that's actually passing through the project site. Yes, thank you very much. So this is a representation, via omniscape modeling, kind of showing how wildlife might move through that area. And really, as you can see, with development on either side of this lot, really it is right there in that project site where the majority of movement would occur from Fort Ord National Monument and then further into the Santa Lucias via El Toro Regional Park. And I'll hand it off to Zach if he wants to clarify.
Got it. No, thank you. I was talking to a friend who works in sort of this space in another county, and she was, we're chatting about, just the need for to think ahead, think proactively about some of these issues, and that, I think for so long we've kind of had species migration as an afterthought, and in reality, we now find ourselves with the government, and taxpayer dollars are now coming back as later to fund these connectivities and these connection points. Whether it be the bridges over freeways, because it's an afterthought. These are very expensive connections to put in place after they've been lost. And so, or once we've lost species together, or we've lost there are costs associated. So this is the right time to be having the conversation.
If I can just add to that with one thing you said, you used the word migration. And one thing that I just want to point out is not necessarily animals migrate here, but there are seasonal movements. There are times when animals move. So for example, mountain lion dispersal happens at a very discrete time annually. It's usually August, September, October. So it's not a migration in the biological context, but it is a dispersal. In those months, were not accounted for in the camera trap study, which is a very noteworthy piece that dispersal wasn't accounted for.
Got it. Clearly not an expert over here with the language that I'm using, but thank you for the additional information, and for those who are following this and tracking this. And I'll just say, this was this development, I think, was clearly, it was approved before any of us were here. I think we're trying to find the way to thread a needle of a past general plan, a past way in which things were developed and things were done. I can only imagine that. I think if I were imagining someone who was thinking about purchasing a property, that the limitations that we would be putting in place, ideally, you condense where the building sites are going to be so that you're not limited to not having an animal on your property, not having fencing, not having, all of these restrictions. But that's, I guess, up to the developer and people who decide what to purchase. So not my decision to make there. All right, thanks.
All right, so I've got a question. If we could go back to the map that you had up just a second ago, Craig, that was color-coded. I'm just wondering, there's colors at the bottom. We don't have a key on this, so it's kind of hard. No, not the heat map. The one you just had up with blues and greens, and like an orange or tan at the bottom. There you go, this one. So the yellow, what is yellow?
So the yellow, so again, this figure came from the comments that we prepared for the draft supplemental EIR, by the way. And then I think we've referenced this in our past comment letters that we provided Monterey County staff. The yellow essentially would be areas, to take a step back, what this figure is really representing is the flow or movement through the project site. And areas in yellow or gray would be areas where there wouldn't be movement expected to occur, where there wouldn't be flow, essentially, if we're thinking about it from a wildlife or connectivity context. As you move more into the areas of blue, green, and red, those are areas more of like channelized flow, or like very, you could think about it where wildlife would be likely to move.
So those were not observed, they were projected?
Those were modeled, yes.
All right, so yeah, I think looking at this, I don't know that I would be able to agree with, hey, no chickens, no horses, or, I want to be realistic here. Grew up in rural southern Monterey County, not going to be real. You can't even stop people from having chickens in town. How are you going to do it in the country? Sorry. I want to open with that. I just want to be realistic about what we're doing. I think there's sort of, if you want to plan a different sort of community, be going back to scratch, but that's not what we're looking at here. So I want to be clear from the get-go. I just left the fair this weekend down in King City where kids are raising animals. It's a big part of our culture in Monterey County, is raising livestock and being part of that. And so assuming that these folks aren't going to want that for their kids is not fair and not realistic based on the amount I'm sure they're going to have to end up paying for one of these lots. So I just wanted to be honest about my position on that. Overall, the concern about the width of the corridor, I would love to see the study if that takes more time. Just calling out the two, because I'm sure there's got to be a length to it as well. Talk about an hourglass, but what distance is in the narrow pinch point? That matters to me as well. Understanding this for the length, knowing people that live up in this area who have chickens and goats and dogs just in this area that we're talking about, which I know that's partly what draws the wildlife in as well. So it's all these pieces and the reality of what exists there. If we were looking at this in a vacuum, that's one thing, but we have to also consider what's outside of this project and the scope in that neighborhood and existing already. So that's a piece I'm not hearing talked about in this conversation, which I think is critically important, knowing folks that live on Rimrock, folks that live on Harper, and that they're raising pigs and goats there that we just sold off this weekend. So I'm struggling with that piece there in that part of the conversation. So with that, I'm also wondering in terms of the legal side of this, at what point, if we're talking about this board sets a policy of something like 2 kilometers, then are we approaching a take, right? Because we're talking about no longer permitting a project, and I'm worried about that, and I want to know what my legal pitfalls are there as well in that conversation, because I think that's critical for this board to consider. But with that, I'll open it up to any of my colleagues. Supervisor Daniels.
So I appreciate that comment, and I didn't know if County Council wanted to respond first, or no? Not, okay. I'll just jump right in. So this is a really difficult situation, and honestly, coming to today with a different frame of mind than I had even arriving at the meeting this morning. And one of the things that is striking me is that I didn't understand when I was reading this proposal, or when I was reading this staff report, that we're not talking about just mitigating the passage of animals and wildlife through a neighborhood, which we all know happens. There's animal, I mean, I could put a wildlife camera outside my door and I know I would get mountain lions at some point. But what we're talking about, just to reiterate what I think I heard, is that we're talking about a large intact swath of land that exists that links two large habitats. And if we remove that linkage, we are impacting the ability for those two habitats to succeed, right? We would maybe get the mountain lion of the Santa Monica Mountains that looks very sick all the time when I see him on TV, or her. So that's a different type of mitigation, I would think, than what we were preparing for and looking at today. With that in mind, I'm also aware of the fact that this is a project that's been going on since 1968, when the property was purchased, and that at that point in time it was zoned residential. In 2010 it was zoned residential. Today it's zoned residential, and I can imagine and it's gone through a lot of litigation. So I can imagine there's some frustration and some desire on behalf of the landowner to finish this process, and that most of what we've heard has been litigated, with the exception, in terms of being complete, this wildlife corridor issue. I think what we've heard today, just reiterates my desire, no matter what happens today, is that I would love to see a conservation outcome for this project. Like, it makes perfect sense, and that is reinforced for me after what I've heard today. And it doesn't sound, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that there are other locations for these two habitats, these two large habitats, to have this experience, right? I mean, if this weren't the only location and a few miles down the road they could cross and they could connect, or, over at Tarby Flats they could cross and they could connect. But when we're talking about Fort Ord and the Sierra de Salinas and the Santa Lucias, it sounds like this is it. So with that in mind, this is a very difficult decision to make, because I feel like we're struggling, or I am struggling, with the very thing that was undecided by the courts. And so, or that we were told we needed to work more on. And so the question before us today is really, have we satisfied that concern? Have we, in fact, reduced the impact to my CEQA language is minimizing the impacts to a less than significant level? Have we done that? And it really doesn't sound like it. So I'm just vocalizing that. Like, I'm really torn right now, and I'll just leave that with my colleagues and County Council, and see if they have an answer for Chair Lopez.
I think if this board chose to do so, they could urge more continued discussions and continue this to another date certain, in hopes that the parties could modify the accommodations for the wildlife corridor more. Greg, did I miss anything?
Nope, that's what I was going to say. Only did it better.
So I'm going to speak in support of Supervisor Daniels. And that, I think a conservation result out of this sounds like it's necessary. But I'm looking here at several pictures. I'm piecing this together, and I understand, we've got the concern here is we don't do this right, we're isolating a large population separated by a highway. 2 kilometers is a long stretch, and if we're identifying 2 kilometers, what kind of precedence does that have for the rest of the county too, if we're starting to do that? The other thing is, and that's where I'm starting to wonder, we have to dig in a little deeper in here in terms of conservation and look in terms of practicality and legalities and where we're going, because I know an area in this county that has a large, it's an environmentally preserved area with mountain lions and a lot of large mammals that cross back and forth across the highway, and that's out in my area in North County, the Elkhorn Slough. I mean, there was a mountain lion that was tracked with a collar going across Highway 1 some time ago. Along, its issue's been raised along Carneros Creek with another project that's come on, and there's a lot of dense housing going in there. I had a mountain lion come down, walk right through my a couple of years, 3 years ago, right past my door at 9 o'clock on a June day, a June evening, sitting down playing a game of chess with my son, and he looks out, is that a mountain lion? And I'm thinking, what are you talking about? And sure enough, get up and look, and I could see it, and it hung around there among those houses in our neighborhood for a few days. We didn't have any deer for a few days; they stayed away, but the mountain lion was there. So I want to find us the best data here, too. I mean, Highway 101 is busier than 68. And, I mean, it's important to have that corridor over there and not isolate. But I'm wanting to know, what the real data is here and wants to do the right thing, do some conservation efforts into there. But what I'm hearing is a little conflict with what's happening out in North County as well with the Elkhorn Slough area. So I'm sure there's maybe an answer to that, or
yeah, are you looking for a comment on that? I'm happy to provide one.
At this point, I think we're discussing here. So
Sure.
I'm going to go down this side.
Chair Lopez, is it okay if we take a seat? Apologies.
Yes, no, absolutely, yeah.
Standing all the time.
Supervisor Alejo, any thoughts?
Well, this project overall, I think I think this is all predated all of us, and I'm the longest serving supervisor now at 9 years. It predated all of us, and I think this board may have looked at it differently than the previous board did, and the longtime planning commission, I think, what was it, back in 2008 that decided on this project. And there's a narrow scope of issues, obviously, because the Court of Appeals has ruled, gave its ruling, disagreed on most of the application except for the wildlife corridor, and remanded it back. Here we are with the narrow set of issues. That Court of Appeal case was 4 years ago in 2021, and we've been working on it again. So when I hear let's keep doing another 3 months, we did that back in February. We're going to do it again, and I think staff got to a point where they incorporated some, but not all, of what Fish and Wildlife was asking for, and it's really we could keep kicking the can, but we're going to have to make a decision soon here on a narrow scope of issues that are remaining on this application. So I don't know what else we're gonna get in another month or two that we delay once again. I think for some of us, we know it's not a perfect project, but that's what our courts are for. When the controversial projects get approved, they end up in litigation, and the court makes a ruling on those on the EIR aspects of the application. So that's where I'm at. I'm ready to make a decision today, and And I appreciate Fish and Wildlife. I think in my 9 years is the first time staff has come to testify before us. And I appreciate them providing their expert opinion to make the project better in terms of the wildlife corridor, try to address it, make the public, make our staff aware. And like as my colleague was saying, we're not experts in this area, but certainly having experts weigh in helps us make a better decision and better policy at the end of the day. So, but I think the time has come for us to do what we're elected to do and make a decision and be able to move forward.
Supervisor Askew, final thoughts before somebody tries a motion? All right. Doing some quick research here. Can you just give me the name of the author again on that piece you were talking about that cited 2? Because the only thing I can find is 1, 2, depending, but large carnivores at a recommendation of 5 to 600.
Are you referring to the 2 kilometer?
Correct.
If you give me a minute, I can get the reference specifically, but I have to look it up on my phone.
That'd be great. Thank you.
It also should be cited, I believe, in our previous comment letter, but I know that might be hard to track down at the moment. But
okay.
So to your earlier comments, Supervisor Lopez, I mean, I think along San Venancio, isn't some of that this Williamson Act land, right? So it's like right to farm on one side, and then so just to your point, but to the other question, I mean, if there's a way to preserve access, like that's literally the issue that we're talking about that's at question here. If there's a path forward to negotiate how to do that and do that well, do that better, I was going to look back to the supervisor whose district it is to see if there was a motion that I could support.
Did you have an answer on the first question? Then we'll go back.
Yes, the title of the paper is A Rule of Thumb for the Widths of Wildlife Corridors. It's published in Conservation Biology by author Paul Baer.
And do you have a year on that?
I believe it's 2018. Last name is spelled Beier.
Okay.
And to answer Supervisor Askew's question, as much as I'm sure this gives heartburn to the applicant, I'm wondering if we could just give the 2 weeks that it sounds like Fish and Wildlife was asking for to further consult on the mitigations that the county has proposed in response to their April letter and their earlier.
I appreciate the dialogue. If I can just take the quick opportunity that the map that was shown was an omniscape map, which is a generalized habitat map. It's the macro analysis they're talking about. There was actually micro analysis, site-specific analysis, cameras, and heat maps that were done on this study. I think that's a lot more credible than the 20,000-foot level. And also, I believe CDFW has acknowledged that 1.2 miles or 2 kilometers, that there are no hard and fast rules. And your consultant cited 46 studies that said 328 feet is adequate width for a wildlife corridor distance. So in response to your question, Supervisor Daniels, we have had those conversations. We did make productive time of the last 4 weeks to have a meeting with CDFW. The map was prepared. They had the opportunity to see that in the revised mitigation measures. They sent an email to staff yesterday that more or less says their issues and concerns are mostly addressed, that they view it as an improvement. The lighting issue was addressed today specifically. They asked, well, what about the remainder of the lot, the part that's not in the wildlife corridor? And of course, there are other conditions that impose a scenic easement on these lots in addition to the wildlife corridor so that 90% of the property doesn't get developed. So I would say that's the response to that. We're not going to get to the 1.2 miles in the next 2 weeks. I honestly think that we've addressed some of the other things. If they wanted, perhaps an opportunity would be through the wildlife corridor plan, that right now it's envisioned that would be approved by staff prior to final map. And it could be that we consult with CDFW as part of that process so that they get to see the final locations of the wildlife corridors and the home sites prior to the final map. It would seem like that might be a more productive use of time.
And if I may, Chair, just for the record, because I'm going to reiterate what I learned today, and I hear you, and that makes sense what you're stating, but that the micro level is important because we're talking about the movement of individual animals, wildlife. But the macro level is important because we're talking about these two large habitats that if we build houses, we heard about kids playing basketball or phones ringing or whatever, and we impact the ability for that mass movement, that we might be actually impacting the genetic viability of these populations and doing something that's even more damaging. Do I have an answer for that today? Absolutely not. I understand the predicament that we're in today, but there is a scenario on this dais where 3 people don't support what you want. And so I'm trying to figure out how we move forward. And if I could just reiterate one more time, I understand any pain you may be feeling right now. 1968 is a really long time. And I want to say—
I wasn't even born yet.
I want to say that species have been used to block development by many people for many, many years, as well as CEQA. And so, but I don't think that's what we're talking about right now. I think we're talking about knowing information and having an opportunity to do something with that information that hasn't been done for many years. And at a certain point in time, you get to the point where it's like, this might be your last shot. It sounds like this might be our last shot for the species that's in Fort Ord, and it might be the last shot for the species that's in the Sierra de Salinas. So that's the predicament. And if in 2 weeks, we might not get 2 kilometers, but we could at least satisfy some of the wildlife, the plan that it sounds like may have been requested in advance of the project versus after, or we can make some progress. Just looking at the dais, I think it might be worth it to take the 2 weeks, but I'll leave that up to you.
Supervisor, I think that's very wise counsel, and I think that if it would please the board, another 2 weeks to have further conversations with county staff and CDFW, would be open to that. Of course, we'd be pleased to have a positive result today. And just if I could, I don't think we're at risk of cutting off populations at 17 lots on 344 acres with 154 acres getting dedicated to the county. And of course, those creeks, the Harper Creek, completely skirts the property. Mm-hmm. And that's where wildlife is likely moving, that and Watson and Toro. Mm-hmm. And then the undercrossing is just 100 feet. Sorry I had to get that word in, but I do, if the board would like us to have further conversations with CDFW, we're absolutely open to doing that.
Kelly, did you have something you wanted to share?
Yeah, in speaking with Craig, 2 weeks is ridiculously short. It will basically happen in a blink of an eye. If this is the will of the board, I would recommend a month so that we can fully dive into this, work with CDFW, and then return to the board. And we can pick a date certain, continue it to a date certain. But I would recommend that. I think it's a little more realistic.
And Mr. Chair, if we continue it, can then we just focus on the narration, not having to reopen the hearing and do this all over again?
No, and you've closed public comment.
Right.
Yeah. So public comment's done. I'll state my position. I'm supportive of taking a little more time to look at this in a quick research of Bayer's work and the change from 8 to 18. For mountain lions, he says that a smaller number is good, but for mixed species, right, then he goes up to saying rule of thumb in a general sense, it's 2,000. But I think we're talking about the biggest concern here being mountain lions and a connectivity between these two. And so I'm going to just be honest, I'm leaning right now towards approval, but I'm willing to allow the time to play out to have a deeper conversation. But doing a deeper dive on other folks in their positions, it seems like leaning towards what we're allowing for here is what's in the work. So I don't want to pick out the one outlier. I want to look at the overall, so I just want to frame that in that way. But Supervisor Church.
We have the data here, if you're seeing right here on the screen, where we've seen animals cross and count. Is there any other data on any other crossings or how animals getting across over 68 and beyond, and how does that data relate to this? I would be interested in seeing that.
Yes, there was a lot of data. Actually,
Maybe
Aaron
it's in the
Harwin
fair. Maybe I missed it because there was a lot of stuff to look through.
No, there's specifically studies done by Caltrans and the pathways on that undercrossing under Highway 68 and this connectivity that were referenced in the EIR. And Aaron Harwin actually.
I don't mean just that undercrossing. I'm talking animals that are getting across from other parts and coming up from Big Sur, coming across from Carmel Valley, and I mean, do we have any? Is there any data done on that way, or what's coming through? Closer to Monterey, closer to Salinas. What's the migration patterns? Do we have any information on that kind of stuff to know how critical this corridor is?
Our biologist is back.
Okay, if we
go ahead.
Provide some input here. Yeah, thank you.
You're hitting the nail on the head of the limitations of a camera study is it's a sample of time and of a spot, right? So this is effectively an occupancy study. It could be resident animals. We as a department do not have much as far as active GPS collar data from animals moving through. You commented on an animal that came across the one. It was actually struck by a vehicle on the 101. And that's kind of the end point for a lot of these animals is they get struck by vehicles, which is why these corridors where they can pass from habitat to habitat are so critical. But as far as real-time GPS data, we don't have any in this particular study area. It's not been one of our focal connectivity zones. We actually added the 68 corridor to our priority connectivity wildlife linkages in just this past year.
All right, what's the will of the board? Supervisor Askew.
We could make a motion to continue this to date starting June 17th.
It's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that, but just want to reiterate that the public hearing portion has happened and we're continuing this item from the point that we're at right now.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, I'd be good at the motion. I see the will of the people, my colleagues, but there was an interesting fact to the applicant, just to get that on my head. You said 90% of the project was what? Was going to be open space or undeveloped? Okay, great. Thank you for that.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. Barring any additional conversation, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. We'll see you here on June 17th. Thank you all for bearing with us. At this point, we have item 21, which has been removed from today's agenda. Do you want to state the reason why, Mr. Spencer?
Yes, the appeal has been withdrawn by the appellant in writing, and so the zoning administrator's decision would stand and no further actions needed by the board.
Wonderful when that happens, so we will proceed and look at item 22, which is a referral matrix. Seeing no new referrals, we're going to proceed to our CAO's comments.
Just very briefly, I just want to recognize all the work that was done by all the departments. We have a budget book that has been published for the fiscal year 25-26. That is available also online. I know the printed copies were with our budget office, but thank you so much to all the departments that submitted information and that continue to work with us. And we have budget hearings at the end of May. Thanks.
All right. We're going to proceed to board comments. I'm going to start with Supervisor. Nobody's making eye contact. I'm going to go to Supervisor Daniels. All right, Supervisor Daniels.
I don't know what's in my notes, but I did get the opportunity last week to go to the Aqua concert. Jesus. Sorry, guys.
Hey.
The Aqua Conference.
How were they?
Well, there was a big, well, I won't go that far. Okay. The Aqua Conference, and as you know, I do sit on the Monterey County, Monterey Peninsula Water Management District Board as your representative. And so it was really fascinating, and I learned a lot and got to sort of cross-pollinate a little because I saw Ara Ajdarian there and other folks from the GSA. So it was really interesting, and I'm glad I got to do that, and I wish I had more of a report for you, and I will bring anything pertinent to you in the future. I also got to do several things. One of them speak at a Habitat for Humanity event, and just going to take the opportunity to reiterate one of my big goals, which is to build housing in District 5 and to really create more opportunities for our community to live in our community. And that's getting harder and harder. So a lot of what I do during the week is take the opportunities that are available to connect with folks in this space and see what we can accomplish together. And I really hope that in the future, I'm able to bring some of that progress and share it with all of you. What else? Oh, World Affairs Council. There was a big competition that the Monterey High School students participated in, and it was, I left thinking to myself, the future is bright. And I know Supervisor Lopez had the same experience last year. These high school students participating in a national competition and going to Washington, D.C., the World Affairs Council covering the expenses of that trip, and the work they put in, the hours of study, and the numbers of questions that they answered as a team, mind-boggling and really inspiring. So that was fabulous. The last thing I will say, well, two more things. Point Lobos public safety event I went to. State Parks ran it. It was a great opportunity to just start to try to impart the message to folks visiting the park, how to do it safely, and to just be there firsthand to experience some of the challenges, hopefully with the goal in the future of creating more opportunities for people to actually get into the park in other ways and have a safer and more fulfilling experience. And the last thing I'll say is I got to go to Public Works Week at Toro Park. It was awesome. I really enjoyed it, and hopefully some of you have been able to do that in the past or will do so in the future, because, boy, especially in District 5, we owe so much to our Public Works team and really what they do to keep us safe. And I'm so appreciative of everyone in the Public Works family, and it was fun to go celebrate with everybody and be part of the fair.
Awesome. Supervisor Church.
Let's see, we have Memorial Day coming up, and I want to point out that Romers Grange Memorial Day Barbecue and Potluck is 4:30 to 6:30 on Saturday. On Memorial Day at the Castroville Moss Landing Cemetery is they have their flag ceremony and starts at 9. With some donuts and various things, and ceremony starts at 10 with a reading of the veterans' names and the playing of taps. Here we have a number of veterans from many of the last century's wars that are there. I also want to call out and congratulations to Billy Hatchett, who is a Prunedale volunteer who was at the recognized at the United Way Volunteer Celebration at the Monterey Marriott on April 30th, when he was recognized for outstanding volunteerism for the Prunedale Senior Center, Jacob's Heart, and the Prunedale Lions Club. And he spends many hours a week at the Prunedale Senior Center with many other of our great volunteers. And just going to mention that on Friday, I will be speaking out for the Monterey County Business Council on the Supervisor Series, and I'm sure I'll come up with something to say in the meantime.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to, first of all, it's graduation time, so we're all celebrating graduations all across Monterey County, not only junior high, middle school, universities, but
TK, my son is graduating from
there you
TK
go.
to kindergarten.
All right. Even younger graduations.
I got photos.
Okay. You want to put a photo up here? But I am going to Alasal High to present. I think we got 5 scholarships for the Joe Cap Toughest Chicano Scholarship. I think they're giving them $5,000 each, so it's pretty significant. So I'm going to go with Joe Cap's son to hand those out in just a few minutes. I'm going to CSAC tomorrow to help work with Graham Canas on some work on homelessness and the press up there tomorrow. Also Memorial Day, we got a lot of events here in Salinas at Veterans Memorial Park at 11. Tony Veretta and other veterans are also at the same time at 11 installing a bust for Salinas resident Ricardo Cerros Jr. He was an Army Ranger who passed away at the age of 24. He was killed in action in Logar province in Afghanistan, and that was his parents' only son, so Rick Cerros Jr. This is something very important to him, and so I'm glad the veterans raised the money to do the bronze bust and for the base to install it at Central Park, a few blocks from here. And also at 2 o'clock on Monday, Speaker Rivas is doing an event at the PAL building on this side of us. Back in, I think it was 2017, we installed 5 highway signs for fallen veterans who were killed in action in Afghanistan. We needed another 5, but Speaker Rivas carried the legislation to install the other 5. And I think out of the money we raised then, I had raised another $15,000 that were not used, that the Salinas Veterans Day Parade Committee had saved to finish the work. But we will install signs for Eduardo Silva, George Howell, Robert Johnson, Roger Lee, and Sean Mitchell, who also were killed in Afghanistan around that time. So we're making sure that there's permanent markers with their names to remember their ultimate sacrifice to our county and to our nation. And last but not least, we got a very exciting meeting coming up that we'll be working with staff on. We had announced we're going to do this commemoration for the legal case that ended the use of El Cortito, or the short handle hoe, across agricultural fields across California. It later led to Texas and New Jersey and other states following California's leads. But we had one musical group that are big advocates for immigrants. Los Tigres del Norte they've won 7 Grammys, 12 land Grammys. They're one of the most popular norteño Mexican musical groups, but they've agreed to come and receive a recognition from this Board of Supervisors on the same day as part of that ceremony on June 10th. For them, it was special because when they first migrated, when they were 16, 17 years old from Sinaloa, Mexico, they had to leave their hometown to try to provide for their family and their parents. The first place they came to play was in Chris's district at Soledad Prison, out of all concerts that could be held at that time. So this is a coming home for them, but we expect a large turnout of people wanting to see them and get a recognition. And we hope to have autographs afterwards. That's why we're doing it at 11:30, so that when we break, will have refreshments and cake, but also do some autographs out in the lobby. So this should be one of our best attended Board of Supervisors meeting. So I just wanted to give everybody a heads up that we are planning security and crowd control, so that make sure it's a safe event for everyone. Thank you.
Just so you know, I've gotten more requests on that, I think, than any other board item. Everybody's like, can I get a guaranteed seat? How do I get an autograph? Can my son play with them? I'm like, oh, slow down. Supervisor Askey.
Yeah.
Oh, it will be a band. See, you wanted a band, a concert. Here we are. Well, I just wanted to make a couple comments. We're headed into budget season. It is going to be, I think, probably, we've been through some difficult budgets in my time with the county, but I'm anticipating that this will be one of the most difficult that I've sat through. So tomorrow we'll have a special budget committee meeting with a presentation of the CAO's overview of the 25-26 budget. This will be at 3 p.m. on Zoom or in person for anyone that wants to hear the first presentation of the CAO's recommended budget in overview before it comes to the full board. And then on Thursday, this Thursday, from 3 to 6 p.m. in person at our District 4 office, we'll be hosting an in-person open office hours with Assistant CAO Debbie Pallinelli to talk about the budget, my thoughts on the budget, your thoughts on the budget, Debbie's thoughts on the budget. So if you have thoughts on the budget that you'd like to share with me or bounce around with me and my staff, feel free to come by our District 4 office in Marina, 2616 First Avenue, right next door to the Military and Veterans Affairs offices. Between 3 and 6 p.m. we'll have some snacks and drinks and good company and difficult conversations. So I look forward to spending some time with folks on Thursday. That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I add one more thing?
No. Yeah, please, Supervisor Church.
I did, I was going to bring this up during the consent calendar. There's an item when it was 46 on there, which was a maintenance agreement for the 156 Castro Boulevard interchange. And I wanted to kind of bring it up. I know that's been pulled from there, but the real importance of this interchange and the safety of it really struck home to me about 10 days ago. My son, who's a CSUMB student, was coming back about 8 o'clock, made that turn onto Castro Boulevard from Highway 156 with a green light, and a car went through a red and fortunately hit the rear end of his car, so it just spun him around, but could very well have just clipped him in the middle, flipped it over. He wasn't injured or anything, but it's just one of those things with fractions and fractions of seconds change lives, save lives, and this is a really important, real important project because of situations like this. And I do want to point out the other thing is there was a person behind him who was making the turn too, and that individual stopped and then stayed and talked to the CHP, which was really important because it helped verify, yes, his story as opposed to the other story, which was that, hey, we had a green, you had a red, and so it's really important in accidents to if necessary, to stop and give the other side so that the truth can come out. But I just want to point this out, that it's a real important project. I hope we get the funding for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Church. I'll just share, last weekend was a bit of a whirlwind, lots of stuff happening. I had the opportunity to leave here, head to Sacramento, and have a meeting with the RCRC Executive Committee, where we're working on a lot of bills that are making their way through. Also had an opportunity to sit down with the speaker at that point for an interview, and Friday they let me know that I was appointed to the Coastal Commission, so I'm looking forward to doing that work on behalf of all Californians. I look forward to my first meeting, which will be June 11th down in San Diego. So I want to thank my board for nominating me for inclusion on that list. I look forward to that work, and I'm grateful to the speaker for the opportunity to be a voice for Californians on that very important committee and body. Thank you. Thank you. And then I was able to head down to Pismo, meet with some of my colleagues on the Latino Caucus of California counties before coming home and helping with the auction down in King City. And I'll just share that auction. There's always a moment in it that just brings a tear to your eye. And this year there were a couple. There was a young woman who raised the heritage animal that had wound up going for $520 a pound. That's nearly $130,000. A young woman from Gonzales. And the other was a young man who showed his animal for the first time. He was nonverbal with some medical issues, and to have his goat go for over $100 a pound was a moment. There was not a single dry eye in the house. So it was just a special moment. I was able to capture both of those and include those in a wrap-up video that I posted after. But just want to thank the community for continuing to make South County an incredibly wonderful place to call home. I think that event just showcases so much about who we are and what we're proud of. And it was a great time spent with community before I finally got to stay home for a day on Sunday with my family. So I want to thank my wife for putting up with me and all the crazy traveling. As we look forward to the next couple of weeks, I look forward to not traveling at all and just being home and in district, and that is very exciting. And with that, I'm going to go to council to read us out of closed session.
There's no reportable action.
And then to wind up today, we do have an adjourn in memory of, and I'm going to ask Supervisor ask you to take us through that adjournment comment.
For sure, thank you. And I think we had a photo to put up as well, if we have that available. But I wanted to take a moment to adjourn in memory of Contra Costa Supervisor Federal Glover, former supervisor who was a trailblazer and cherished member of the county family who passed away at the age of 69. In 2000, Supervisor Glover made history as Contra Costa County's first Black supervisor, representing District 5 in Contra Costa for 6 terms. And 6 terms is, I think, maybe a record for, and I don't know if it's a record in the state, but it's significant. His leadership was marked by a steadfast commitment to health equity, environmental justice, and racial equity. In 2020, he co-founded the Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice, reflecting his dedication to creating a more inclusive community. He worked tirelessly to improve transportation infrastructure, to champion youth programs, and to advocate for public health and safety reforms, bringing about real, lasting change across the entirety of Contra Costa County. When he retired in 2024, he left the county a strong legacy of service, resilience, and dedication to justice. And we wanted to send heartfelt condolences to his wife and the entire Glover family, as well as the entirety of Contra Costa County and all those who loved and worked with him. I had a chance last night to spend some time reading about all of the work and service that he did. There's a really incredible video posted on the Contra Costa District 5 website. His predecessor, who gives credit to him for paving the path for her to now serve in service. But just the way that people spoke of him and his leadership and just gave me chills and inspired me to continue leaning into the challenges that we have before us and to lead with integrity and to do right because it's the right thing to do. So we send our heartfelt condolences, and may Supervisor Glover rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. With that, we're adjourned.
Like that.